Don't stop me now, I'm coding on a Sunday. I don't give a fuck. Don't stop me now. If you wanna code on Sundays, then drop me a like. Don't stop me, cause I'm coding on a Sunday. Don't stop me, you ain't gonna stop me, cause I'm out of my mind. Hello, welcome to another Developer May Cry. Actually, there's been no tears during this project. I shouldn't have said that out loud. What the fuck am I doing? I just jinxed myself. Why did I say that? So far, no tears. Okay, what am I... oh, no, I don't want to be on this one. I want to be on my old backups. I need to get my old capture. My old capture out. Should we do a little recap? Haha, recap, capture. Did you get it? I didn't even mean to tell a joke. Alright, so this would be the Unity game, which was my very first gacha experiment. It is somewhat abandoned now at this point, but it has some good stuff in here, including a nice capture. Although I think my launcher has a capture on it, doesn't it? Yeah, that would be a lot quicker than converting this old, smelly old thing into the new Unity. See, that's going to take 10 minutes just to copy. These USB drives are very slow, but they're also very big. But Unity projects do take a long time to copy. Okay, the one we would use, let me just check this one because this one's going to be so much smaller. Launcher old sounds bad, but it's actually because when I made a launcher new, that was... I can tell you what that was. That was me trying to get around GitHub's limitations of you can't upload a file larger than 100 megabytes. So I made a new launcher that would split the chunks into 100 megabytes so that they could be uploaded to GitHub. And then it would stitch those chunks back together again. But then I decided to just fucking buy some web space and say, fuck you, GitHub. So now that one's redundant because we don't want to do it like that anymore. It's too much of a pain in the ass. And I hate GitHub. GitHub still had problems anyway, so yeah, I've pretty much abandoned GitHub now. It does not fulfill my needs. Am I copying the right project here? Is that the launcher? I'm not copying Unity Gamer here, am I? How do I know what this is? Tell me what it is. It's got to be, because that one's 11.2 and this one's only 272. Yeah, this has got to be the correct project. So we'll update this one to the new Unity. While we're at it, is there a new Unity available? We could check. Install editor. 6. Oh, I don't want 6.2. Oh, the last time I used 6.2, I hated it. It was buggy as fuck. 6.1 was so much better. I still don't trust 6.2. I still don't trust 6.2. I'm staying with 6.1. Yeah, I liked 6.1, but I didn't like 6.2. Although I suppose maybe now's the time to look at it, because all I'm doing is nicking the capture off it, aren't I? So we could take another look at 6.2. I normally just use the latest version, but 6.2 was terrible last time I tried it. But you needed it to try the new AI features. So the only reason I downloaded it was to try the new AI features. Because, like, I don't know, 6.1 was going strong, and then 6.2 just seemed to come out of nowhere. And then Unity was saying, oh, our new AI features are in 6.2. So to me, it looked very much like 6.1 was the, if you don't give a fuck about AI features, much more stable version. And 6.2 was like, oh, I can't wait to use AI in my Unity games. That is way less stable and way less reliable. So I avoided it like the plague. Now, they may have improved 6.2 since then. But that's how I see 6.2. Should we give it another chance? I really don't feel good about 6.2. It's just, I had a bad experience with it the last time I used it. It was terrible. We'll give it alright, we'll give it another shake. We'll give it another shake. We're going to try 6.2 again and see if it's better than it was before. Because it was dreadful before. It was awful. Okay, our project already... yeah, that's true. Our project already moved over. Do we really want to wait for 6.2 to install? Let's just get it into 6.1. We can take a look at that later. Alright, so we want launcher old. Launcher old. There it is. And it's going to want upgrading, but we've got it... We've got it on the other drive if things go terribly wrong. Let's just load it into 6.1 for now. API. API! Don't you mention API to me! Honestly. Hola Tommy on YouTube. I swear to God, if I hear the letters AP and I any more this week, I'm going to jump out the window. I swear to God, I've got API. I'm making my own goddamn API. At least we could, if we can filter everything down to one API, wouldn't that be nice? Imagine if you only ever had to use one API. I mean, I was saying this yesterday, right? 4 years ago, I didn't even know what an API... Well, I did... That's not true. I did know what an API was. But I didn't use any APIs. Really. I didn't use any. Now, I swear to God, I use more APIs than fucking pairs of socks throughout the week. And it's like, how did it get to this point? It's backwards. Right, we have a little capture thing in here. God, remember this. This takes me back. I want to finish that project at some point. I like the idea behind it. It just, oh. If I look at the code in that now, Jesus. Okay, so in here somewhere, I think we have like a capture. Oh my God. How did I organize things back then? I didn't from the looks of things. What is this? Install location, downloading. It's funny looking at your old stuff. Thank you. Launcher update. Good Lord, there's no core. This was before I invented core. What is this garbage? Right, that's install location. Oh my God, that's hideous. Downloading. Oh my God. Oh God, was I a total noob back then? Yeah, look at the state of that. That looks like a fucking software error on an Amiga 500. And that just looks like a different color of a software update, software crash on an Amiga 500. Where's the capture? I know there's a capture in here somewhere. I thought there was. Oh shit, you know what? I don't think there is. Maybe it was on the new one. Maybe I didn't have it on the old one. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted the new one. Shit. Oh, that's bad. I don't think it's in here. Okay, I probably have a capture on that. Yeah, on the one that we're... I guess we'll save. On this one here that I'm copying, which I was trying to do that one because it's smaller and I thought I'd get in quicker, and I certainly did, but when I went into it I realized, oh dear, this doesn't have the thing that I thought it did, which is a little bit worrying actually, because if that doesn't have a capture on it, then I maybe rolled back too far. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, how long have we got to wait? 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Oh my God. That's a horrendously long time. Alright, let me give you a tour of where we're up to then. Primitus test. Okay, so yesterday you may recall. Recall. We have some buttons and things. Okay, so if we hit run, we auto sign in. There's our JSON web token. There's our response, and we are now logged in as player one. We can now sign out. There we go. Sign out success true. So from here we could make a new account, or we could sign into an existing one that has a linked email and password, even though we haven't actually finished the linking of email passwords. But the first step is to take an email address. So let me put my actual email address in here. Yeah, I need to think more about this flow. This is the bit that's making me nervous. And then you would verify your email by entering in a confirmation code or clicking the link in the email. So this part works. We get an email from the system and a code. But this could be abused. So I was thinking about what Hoyo do. And so the first thing Hoyo do is they put like a 2-minute cooldown on this button, so that you can only at maximum click it once every 2 minutes. And also before you're allowed to send the email confirmation, you get like a captcha come up, the sliding jigsaw captcha, which is what the reason we're copying this project. It has a sliding jigsaw captcha that I made on it. Yeah, shit, I'm really worried about that launching now, because that was where the captcha was originally made, and if it's not on there, the version that I loaded must be a very old version, which is a little bit worrying. But I'm pretty sure the captcha's in here as well. We also want to bring it into here. Yeah, I don't know if I can show my emails, but if I go ahead and send the email request, if this email exists, a reset link has been sent. Now, we're not necessarily resetting at this point as well. This is another thing I need to do. I need to make sure this email verification process supports 2 different modes. I mean, it's still verifying email, but one is verifying email for a new user, and the other one is verifying email for a password reset. And so the emails want to look slightly different. I think I can show my email. There's nothing in there that's... Yeah, so this is what comes through. So we get our email code. This is just the name of the Unity project, so it'll work in any game. And then we get a link that we can click to verify directly in the browser, or we can enter this code, is going to be the ID here. I haven't got that file yet, into this box here. Ugh. But I'm trying to think, is that the right order of things? So I suppose the first thing I need to do is stick a... And I will admit that this confused me over at Hoyoverse at first. When I saw... I don't know if anybody else misread that, but when I saw 120 seconds counting down above the send email verification, I thought that was telling me I had 120 seconds to enter that code, otherwise it was going to be invalid. And so sometimes when my emails weren't playing nicely, because I think my emails go through like a couple of diversions, sometimes it was kind of like, that's basically how long it took me to get the email. It took me almost a full 2 minutes to actually get the email, because it would go to like a domain, and then that mail server would then send it onto my Gmail or whatever, and by the time my inbox finally picked it up, that number was like counting down to like 15 seconds remaining. But then I realized, wait, more recently, but it took me a while. It took me a while to realize, wait, I don't think that's telling me how long I have to enter the code. I think that's telling me how long before I can request another email. But that took me a while to realize that. I thought I was like, oh shit, quick, we've got to verify it. We've only got 30 seconds left, because it doesn't say anything. It just has a number, right? So we'll call this TXT cooldown. So where Hoyo just basically put 120 there, and it starts counting down. I feel like it's easy to misread that and think that you, because I did exactly that. It's easy to misread that. So I might just put something like can request in. I guess I'll need like 2 lines. Just so it's clear what we're actually counting down to. Because I'm dumb and I will misread that. Yeah, we'll make it look better than that. I mean, this is still only like the... Okay, so if I'll make a txt cooldown. Let's make 2 of these. So txt cooldown can request in. Make that smaller. And then txt cooldown, that'll be like 120. That'll be the number. Maybe resend maybe sounds better. Can resend in, and then we can see what that's counting down to. Then can resend in 120, 119. That looks like ass. Should we just do it the way Hoyo does it? That does look like ass. Like, if they're stupid like me, then that's on them, right? I had to learn the hard way. It's a bit big. Alright, we'll just put the number like Hoyo does, I guess. But yeah, I did misunderstand what that was at first. I thought that was how long I had to verify the code in. But it's actually how long before you can re-request the email. Which makes sense. So you're not spamming their mail servers. And plus, you know, sometimes it can take like a couple of minutes to arrive. Okay, so we're going to go into our PPS. Actually, it's fine because it's only got my API key that I'm going to change anyway. Right, so we're going to make a public text cooldown. Our button for verify email is element number 7. Finally found it. There it is. Yeah, also that... This is where I need to be careful. Right now, the system is assuming that we're resetting our password, but we might not be. So here we can say if status is status signed out. Wait, why is that not working? It's the other way around. Status. Yeah, is status signed out. Then we must be signing up for a new account, else we are doing a password reset. Wait, that's assuming that you would only do a password reset when you signed in, but most people doing password resets can't get in, which is why they're doing a password reset. So this actually doesn't make sense. You could be signing up or signing in. So how the fuck... Oh my god. Do we need two separate interfaces for this? Let me think about this. Okay, let's try and figure this out. Close that. Okay, I am Mr. Nobody. Right, so I sign out. Let's pretend... Okay, I just bought a new computer. I've been playing this game for years. And I'm like, okay, I've just signed out of the default account it gave me, because that doesn't have any of my C6 waifus on it. I need to get into my account with the C6 waifus on it. I go to sign in. Yeah, that shouldn't be what sign in looks like. Wait, was that even the sign in button that I clicked though? It wasn't, was it? Let me do that again. Yeah, that is sign in. But we don't need to verify an email on sign in. Enter an email and password to sign in. Okay, so that's fine. We can fix this. So we need to hide this, and this when we're signing in. And change passwords shouldn't say change password, it should say sign in. Oh my god. Okay, so let's take a screenshot of that so we can see what's wrong. That is not a useful sign in appearance. Right, so we want to get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, and change this to sign in there. Okay, now I can see what I need to change. So let's zoom out for reference, put it in the little corner there. Go back to my code. Where the hell is it? Where's core? Oh, it's running, that's why. So it went in do not destroy and load. There we go. That's actually useful because sometimes I leave it open by mistake. I'm showing my emails. Well, sorry, I was showing my emails anyway, wasn't I? Right, that's fine. I'll close my emails. Right, so also my screen's dim. It's in nighttime mode. Let me just brighten that a little bit. That's better. Okay, right, now we can see. Right, so click sign in. Which one is click sign in? There's a million buttons in here. Click in. This one's sign in. Okay, so we want to get rid of the verify email button. The verify email button is credential. That's not credential verify. So element 7 needs switching off. Element 7. So 5 is already switched off. We want buttons 7 off. Okay, any other buttons? That's not a button. No, but we want to change the text on that one. So which button is that? Change password button is changed. So that's element 6. So element 6's button, we actually need to change the text on it. So we want buttons. What the fuck? What am I typing? Buttons 6. Transform find txt get components text, not there you fool, there text dot text equals sign in, and then make sure I do the opposite when I'm doing a password reset, and we change that back to change password. So where's the password reset? I don't know, is there a change button at the, there it is, it's that one. So it's element 3 button change. It's this one, isn't it? Click change. We'll use the same button. Okay, so now we can test that. What we should get, we didn't finish the sign in view, but we can test the bit we did. If we go to sign in, it should now say sign in, which it does. If we go to change password, but change password, you have to be, yeah, we can't do that yet because we haven't gotten to a point where a password can be changed, because change password only applies to people who are already signed in. No, that's not true though, is it? Oh, that's not true. Change password should still be... Normally it would be at this stage, right? There would be an option. I should maybe put it here. There would be an option on here where if you're struggling to sign in, you have the option to change your password and do a password reset. So maybe having a change password button on the main panel is redundant. There's not much use for it. Because change password only applies when you're trying to sign in, if you think about it. So it should be on this page here. Yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change. But then we already have a change password button on this panel, which is there. But that also becomes a sign in button. Okay, so here's what I think we need to do. I think we need to get rid of the button change on the main panel, bring it over to the credentials panel, and make it a sign in button. I think that makes sense. So if we bring this over here and call it credential button sign in, what are you doing? And then swap those around as well. So I think the sign in button should be like there, and the change password button should be like over here. And then we could even make it so that we only showed the change password button. Excuse me. We only show the change password button if an attempt to sign in failed. I think that makes sense. Okay, so now I need to reorganize my button management thing. So I'll drag button sign in down to the credentials one, because then that way all the credential panel buttons are together and the main buttons are together. And if we go back to the main buttons now, well, actually that should have auto updated itself because they're in a grid, so the grid will manage those for us, I think. But I need to make sure that my links are set up correctly. Why is there a million usings that we're not using? Zero, 1, 2, 3 are the same as before, but button 4 is now part of the credential list. And it should be sign in. Oh yeah, is that right? No, there's 2 link buttons though. I guess 4 became 3. Sounds like a Spice Girls song. 4 became 3. Yeah, so 4 is now 3 because we have a link account on the main panel as well. And then I guess 4 is now credential, which is sign in. Is that correct? Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is now sign in. So this one should be click in. That's not how it's there. Click in. So wait, 1 says it's in. Yeah, that is an in. Yeah, because there's a sign in button on the main panel and there's a sign in button on the credentials panel. Ah, but they don't want to run the same code. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I'll do in for the main panel and we'll do sign in on the credentials panel. Go on, I'll do a capital I. Otherwise it looks weird. Well, I like to have consistency. So I'll make the I capital here too. There we go. And now I need a function for click sign in. Click out. I like my credentials ones together. So should my... Where do my credential buttons start? Credential panel. Okay, I'm lost. Okay, it's fine. So this is the start of the credentials panel, I think. There. So sign in would be the first button. So we want a private void of click sign in. Okay. Attempt to authenticate linked account. Alright, did our project copy with the capture on it? I think it did. Hang on, there's something else we didn't finish. We didn't finish making this look correct for the sign-in. The normal sign-in. So this one's the normal sign-in. I need to get rid of txt countdown. I mean, that we would basically have... Actually, I can run that in update instead, I think. And then we could do a private void update if mail send cooldown is greater than 0, then txt cooldown dot text equals mail send cooldown to string. Else txt cooldown.text equals so we don't have to hide that because that will only show of anything if a cooldown is in place. Okay, confirmation code input should be inputs one. And we're not doing that anymore. Oh, shit, yeah. Shit, we changed things, didn't we? Ah! Right, so let me see if this is still correct. So we're showing... We're hiding button 5. What is button 5? Button 5 is link account. I think that's correct. We're hiding button 7, which is verify email. Yeah, because we're signing in. We don't need to verify our email to sign in. So that's correct. Button 6 we were changing to sign in, but now we have a sign in button, which is element 4. So instead I think we just want to say... this turns them all on anyway, so we can just ignore that button because it'll already be on. But this one here that we were changing to sign in, which was button 6, is change password. And I said we should only show that button if an attempt to sign in has failed. So let's just mark these so we can see what they are. Also, let's put them in fucking order, shall we? 5, 6, 7. Right, so this one is change password. This one is link account. And this one is verify email. Okay. Then we turn all the input fields on, but we want to get rid of confirmation code input, which is element 1 of input 1. So inputs 1 game object set active to false is verification code. Why just put code? Input code. Okay, so let's just test that, make sure everything looks right. Mutant Defense TV, hello, how are you? What am I using for AI? GPT-5 right now. I'm actually really liking it. Wait, we've got a null reference. Oh, I must have forgot to link it. I always forget to link it. Yeah, we forgot to link it. So we've got our new TXT cooldown. There we go. Yeah, I'm really, I think GPT-5 is way better than GPT-4 for me personally. But I also just joined T3 chat. So I don't know how much of my experience is better because I'm on T3 chat. Because I happened to join it at the same time. Just because it was a good offer. So I don't know how much of my GPT experience is better because I'm on T3 and how much of it's because it's GPT-5. But between the two, oh my god, like the difference is crazy compared to what it used to be like for me. Right, so I'm signed in. I now only have the option to sign out. Shouldn't there be another option? Because I'm auto, yeah, the link account should be active. Why is the link account not active? Actually, that's a fair point. Okay. In the real world, that is how I want it to work. Because technically, the account I'm signed into is a linked account. Only because I went into the database and put my email address into the database so that I could test my email password reset emails. But I haven't checked for any of that yet. So like, even though it's actually, I do want that button hidden when the account is linked, and the account should be considered linked at this point, because I'm not actually checking for any of that yet. There's still a mistake somewhere because the system doesn't know about that yet. So it should still be offering me a link account button, but it's not. Oh, one of our numbers probably messed up. Yeah, here. Okay, so when we're signed in, yeah, this is what changed. Okay, this is what changed. So here's our case rules. So you'll see here I said if we're signed in, then button 0, which is new account. Okay, we turn them all off and then we turn the ones on that we want, which is the opposite way of how I was doing it in the other one. Whatever. Right, so new account should be on and sign in should be on when signed out. New account and signed in on, yeah, that's correct. When signed in automatically, which is I assume what it's considering me as, even though, yeah, because we've only gotten as far as this one. Yeah, so I am signed in automatically right now, even though really this would be a linked account. I just haven't got that far yet. So signed in auto, this is where our mistake is somewhere. So what we're saying is, if we go back to our core, if we're signed in automatically, button 2, which is button out, sign out, should be on. Yes. And button 4 should be on, which is credential sign in. Yeah, that now became button 3. That's where it went wrong. So we should probably check the other one as well. If we're signed into a linked account, we've said 2, which is sign out, correct, and 3, link account. No, because we already linked the account. Oh, that one used to be change password. Yeah, okay, we don't have that anymore. There's no, oh shit, but maybe we should. Oh yeah, maybe that's true. Because the way we've set it up now, you can only change your password if you can't sign in. But you should be able to change your password even if you can sign in, right? Because like, what if you broke up with your ex who knows your password and she said, I'm gonna steal your C6. Ka-ching, you motherfucker. I can't believe you ordered pizza with pineapple on it, you whore. It's over. Ka-ching's mine. Well, then you quickly want to get onto your account and change your password, wouldn't you? And never speak to, like, probably stay well clear of girls at that point if that's happening. You probably got worse luck than me. So I feel like we do need a change password on the main screen. Oh my god. Okay, fine. We'll put another one in. So this. Okay. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so we'll make a new button on the main panel for change password, because we should allow a password change even if you can sign in, for that exact reason I just stated. Okay, so we need to update this again. So let's add the change password on the home screen and put it with the other home screen buttons. And let's try and keep things consistent in order. So let's keep these in the order that they're in. So we've got new, sign in, sign out, change password, link. Okay, I like that. Now they're in the correct order that they appear in, which makes things a little bit easier. But now all our freaking numbers just changed again. And on this one that we were doing, that used to be value 3. Okay, let's start again. Oh my god. 0 and 1 should be the same. Yeah, so that's correct. 2 and 3 should also be the same. Out and link. Oh no, it's not. Link is now 4. God damn it. Okay. And then out and change. So 2 and 3. That's correct. Yes, okay, that is now correct. However, now we need a new listener for change password on the root panel, which appears before link. So this one becomes 3. That becomes 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Jesus, we've got a lot of buttons. Yeah, you kind of need them. Okay, so this one, 3 was link, is now change, and 4 is link. So this one would be click. So we've got credential change, and we're going to do change, which is like root change. Okay, so, and we already have a method for that apparently. Yeah, because we used to have a button there, and then I decided in my infinite wisdom to put it on the other panel, and now we need it back. So I guess we've already got a method for it as well. Okay, well that's good. Right, I have no idea if we've got bugs, because some of those, probably, if we look at these now, are these right? Oh my god. There's got to be a better way of doing this. When you set this up, I feel like there's got to be like a helper function. Can we make a helper function to make this more... Okay, I'm going to ask GPT to help me with this. Because I feel like there's a better way of doing this. Okay. Let's ask GPT to help us with this. Okay. Dear GPT. No, okay, let's be serious. I find myself constantly managing lists of controls in Unity. And shuffling and juggling them during development. So each time I reference them by index, everything needs re-indexing. I'm thinking there must be a helper function we can write where we set the order once and then can refer to that to a specific control by object name or something similar. What would you suggest? Alright, let's see what it says. Because, I mean, straight away I can think of a way of doing it, right? We could use this dot name, right? So we could create a helper function that says case. So like we do with cases, we could do... I'm just curious what GPT is going to say. If it might have a better way of doing it. We might use reflection or something. Reflection is probably not a good idea though. Where's my case thing? But you know what I mean? I'm thinking something like our case system where we could case each name for each button and say, okay, when I ask for button, you know, new, get button 0. Let's see what it says. I'm curious what it'll say. Let's make a new chat. Yeah, I feel your pain here. Managing UI elements by index in Unity quickly becomes brittle and hard to maintain. If you shuffle the hierarchy or add or remove buttons, suddenly all your indices are wrong. There are a few cleaner approaches you can take that will make your life much easier. Use a dictionary keyed by name. Instead of relying on indices, you can build a dictionary where the key is the button's name or a custom identifier, and the value is the button reference. Pros, you can reorder buttons in the inspector without breaking anything. You can reference them by their game object name or a custom string, easy to extend. Okay, I like the sound of this, so let's see what it's doing. So we serialize field private list of buttons. But it said that I was able to change things around in the inspector. There's nothing public to... Oh, it's its own class. Okay, I see. So, wait, UI manager. Button map equals new dictionary of strings and buttons. For each var button in buttons, if button is not null, button map button name equals button. I just said button way too many times in the same sentence. Button map new button. On click, it's losing all meaning. On click add listener, click new. Button map sign in button. On click add listener, click sign in. Button map. Yeah, that kind of works. Use serialized fields directly instead of juggling a list. Just expose each button as a serialized field. This is the most explicit and Unity-friendly way. Root panel, credential panel. New button in, button out, button change, button link button. Very explicit, no magic strings. Inspector shows exactly which button is which. No risk of mismatched fields. Or 3, hybrid, enum and dictionary. Oh, I like enums. I like enums. Oh, I think I like this one. I do like enums. This seems like my kind of thing. Then we just make a list of enum like buttons. And then we just say which each enum button relates to which button. I like the enum version. I really like the enum version. It suits me great. Could you possibly refactor my current script to utilize this system for both the buttons and inputs lists, please? What was that? But I like you. I like you was the more to follow. I like you hate the Unity implementation of buttons and lists. Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. All right, let's see if we can be. I'm copying. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. I just copied GPT's response to give back to GPT, like rather than my script. I'm such a fool. Fool if you think you know me. Also, here's a tip. Here's a tip. Always back up before making big changes like this. I'm just going to stick that there. Just in case it ruins everything. To be fair though, I haven't had a bad experience with GPT-5 yet. I shouldn't have said that out loud. Okay, let's see if it will do this for me. I think it will. Alright, waiting for uploads before sending. Are you crying now? Or were you just saying that you like me? Perfect, your script is already structured well, so we just need to replace the raw index lookups. Well, thank you. Either way, nice to have you. With a strongly typed enum system for both buttons and inputs. Wait, what is that? What? Your script is already structured well. Oh, it's glazing me right now. So we just need to replace the raw index lookups with a strongly typed enum system for both buttons and inputs. Here's a refactored version of your script using the enum dictionary approach for both button and input field lists. Okay, and it's just giving me the whole script back, which is exactly what we wanted. Look at this. See, GPT-5 is amazing. I can't believe people don't like GPT-5. I'm loving it. Now, I used Gemini for the first time the other day, and it basically called me fat and ugly. Like, Gemini was like, Oh, I should show you the response. It's in here somewhere. But it was genuinely like, it was actually crashing out on me. I was like, hey, what do you think about this? And it was like, what? This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. It was like, I thought I was on Unity help forums for a moment. I was like, wait, whoa, what the hell? Why are you crashing out at me? Yeah, it was getting really like aggressive. And I was like, whoa. Okay, I'd never heard GPT talk like that. Okay, so we have our enums, status signed out, signed in auto, signed in linked, banned, UI button, new in, out, change link, sign in, credential link, credential change, credential verify, credential cancel, public enum, UI input, email code, password, password confirm. 350 lines of code. And still growing. Beautiful. Alright, does everything still work? I mean, I can't really say with great confidence that things worked before GPT refactored that for me. But, wait, everything says test now. Why does it say test? Test! It's testing me. GPT's testing me. Oh my god, I'm going to fail. I hope I don't fail GPT's test. Okay, the sign out button worked. I recently started getting into code and tried my brother's Claude Premium. Dude, that is life-changing. Although QWin 3 is catching up to its dead ass. Claude Premium. Yeah, I've used Claude a bit. Claude can be okay. I feel like Claude... I still like GPT the best. The problem with Claude is... I feel like it tries to do too much. Like, here's the problem with Claude. I'll say, hey Claude, can I have a little hello world script? And it gives me like 14 scripts, right? Here's a script that says hello world. Here's a script that links to, like, I don't know, like it turns into like a 16 script application, and I'm like, nice, but that's not really what I asked for. Like, it's almost too good, if that makes sense. So I don't use GPT to like vibe code or anything. I'll have it do little scripts one at a time, or like I did there, like, can you reorganize this or something like that. So I like to sort of still be mostly in control. Although this project's been a bit different because PHP is not my wheelhouse, so I've had to rely on it heavily for the PHP stuff. And so I feel like Claude, I kind of lose control too much. So I'll give it like... And it makes a lot of assumptions as well about like other scripts in my project. So I'll ask it to help with one method in one script. And it's part of something that connects 6 scripts together already in my project. And then it'll just make assumptions about like how those other scripts are structured. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, well... You went too far. Like, if you just... Yeah, like, this is how I feel about Claude. Like, I'll watch it work, and I'll be like, oh, this is great, this is perfect, this is exactly what I wanted. But then it keeps going, and it keeps going, and I'm like, wait, what? No, stop, please, no, stop. Like, and that's the issue with Claude. I feel like it's kind of like, if you'd have stopped... If Claude would have stopped, like, the first 3... things it did, then it would be great. But then 33 things later, and I'm like, this now is no longer what I asked for. But yeah, it is impressive. Yeah, if the prompt's not crazy good, then answers are very vague. I find it's kind of similar with yeah, I think this is a reason why I don't like Cursor as well. It's the same reason. So Cursor will just go ahead and just like start going at the scripts and changing things, and I lose track of things too quickly because it's... At a certain point, I feel like, okay, I have no idea what any of this code is doing or how any of it links or how any of it relates. And then when things break, it's like, well, I have 2 options. I either spend an hour reverse engineering everything that this AI did to figure out how it works, or I just say, pretty please AI, can you fix this for me? And obviously, path of least resistance, you'll normally just ask it to fix it for you. But then when things start to go wrong, they kind of go crazy wrong. But yeah, GPT is still my favorite, definitely. And I've sort of gotten good at like helping to structure it right. I'll always flesh out, at the very least, I'll always like very clearly architect what I want it to do. Like, even if I don't know. Even with the PHP thing, I'll sort of like make it clear how I want things to fit together and stuff like that. And I do find that if, as long as you sort of structure things well, then you pretty much stay on the rails most of the time, which is what I like. All right, so it did that for me. That's really impressive. I'm really pleased with that. So now we can just refer to lists. So let's see how we hide our buttons. Yeah, look at that. That's so much better. Button map UI button new. Set active to true. Now we can see what each button does. Oh, I love that so much. Look at that. Hee hee. Yeah, I really like that. It's so much more like human readable. Nice. I'm a medicine guy, man, so forgive the stupid questions. No, no such thing as a stupid question. Yeah, if the prompt is not crazy good, then answers are very vague. I don't find that with any of them, though. I feel like every single AI, like, sometimes I wish they were more vague. Like, I find, and this is what used to drive me crazy about GPT-4. GPT-4 used to do this, right? It's like, help, it doesn't work, right? And then you give it some code, and then it would say, it would go into paragraphs and paragraphs. The reason why your code is not working is because, hang on, and this would always drive me crazy. You wrote do this dot that and that when clearly it wasn't quite this passive aggressive, but this would drive me crazy when I'm like, dude, that's your code. And it would always say, you've written this like to do this, and I'm like, who wrote that? Excuse me, who wrote that? And so it would start by gaslighting you for like 6 paragraphs and explaining in massively excruciating detail why the thing doesn't work. Then it would give you some more code that doesn't work, and then you'd be like, okay, so all of this is bullshit then. It's just like, it's really good bullshit, though. It would be really good at bullshitting you and being like, oh, well, this is clearly why this isn't working. I know everything. And then you're like, but if you know everything, why did your previous code fail? And then why does the new code that you gave me after you went into paragraphs explaining why it doesn't work also fail? So then you realize, yeah, it's just bullshit. But GPT-4 used to do that a lot. This one's not as bad, actually. I have to admit, it's not as bad. But it has its own funny little things. Oh, GPT-4 used to drive me crazy, though. The way it would gaslight you. I love these things. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. Okay, so I'm actually hitting a point now where I'm like, okay, what do I even do now? Okay, so I wanted to get my capture. Let's load my capture thing. So if I go into my old project, I'm going to need to update it to the new version of Unity. So on my backup drive, it's a Unity project. Unity game, sorry. And there should be a capture on here. God, I hope so, because I don't want to make it again from scratch. So I don't know if you ever played a Hoyo game, but they have like a sliding jigsaw capture. I remade that basically. And so I want to implement that into this. But I might ask GPT if it has any improvements I can make to it. La, 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 la. But yeah, the Gemini response was, let's see if I can find it. The Gemini response, I was like, you know what, I'm never using Gemini again. It started out well, but then like a few conversations in, and I suggested something that was a little off the rails, a little out of the box thinking, and it was like crashing out on me. wonder if I can find it. It must have been one of the first conversations. Oh, I remember that was a silly one. I was just trying to think of a name for the thing. What's this one? Does it say in here which LLM you were talking to? Oh yeah, this was 2.5 Flash. Yeah, this is the one that started crashing out on me. And it was like, what is this? And it was wrong as well. It was like, it was completely misunderstanding what I was saying. Why this is better. But like, yeah, I was reading it and I was like, holy shit, like, why are you talking to me like that? I thought it was this one. Is it not this one? I wonder if it was the one above. I think this one was fine. Maybe it was this one. God, I've come so far. Oh, that one was Claude. Yeah, with all my experiences, I definitely prefer GPT the most. I think I've just used it a lot as well at this point. So I feel like I have a good, I know it sounds weird, but almost like a good relationship. I wouldn't obviously it's not a relationship, that's the wrong word. Understanding. I don't know, I feel like I know how to get the best out of it. You know what I mean? By how to structure things and stuff like that. That's kind of how I feel. Crashing out is a strong word. It was. I want to try and find it for you. Right, the response was something like this, right? So I basically said, I'll admit, right, it wasn't the best idea I've ever had, but it would have worked. And when I asked Claude about it directly after that Gemini crashed out, Claude was like, oh yeah, this is a very valid approach. And like people do stuff like this all the time. Here's how you can implement it. And I was like, there you go. That's the kind of response I was looking for. Now, my proposed solution, actually, I found a way around it, and I can do things a much more sort of, you know, like correct way now. But these were like in the early implementation steps when I was just like, okay, how am I going to build relationships between data items in my game data? And so I came up with an idea of like using like almost like a foreign key lookup thing, but I would just hard code the override for it. Yeah, and this thing was like, what is this? Oh, it was so funny. I wish I could find, I'm gonna find it at some point. It doesn't really matter. It's like, why is this taking so long? It's installing packages. I told it to be concise once, and I asked, hey, can I do this and this? Why is this taking so long? And it said, thought for 35 seconds, it said you can't. Oh, that's something else that always used to drive me crazy with ChatGPT though as well. I swear to God, this is the other thing I felt about ChatGPT, is no matter what I asked it, it was always like, of course you can absolutely do that. And so I almost felt like if I'd have said, hey, to GPT-4, hey GPT-4, can I use my mouse to put Elon Musk on the moon? It would have been like, yes, of course you can absolutely do that. And then it would have been like, all you need to do is download this GitHub repo of Mouse Rocket, right? And install it into your mouse. Then give Elon a call. His phone number's on this Facebook post. And then you'd click the links and they were like not even remotely related to what you were talking about. And I'm like, oh my God, where'd you get this from? And it's just like, make shit up. It's done that to me many times. Like, I'll ask it like how to do some convoluted thing, and I'll be like, hey, is there like an asset that I can use for this? And it'll just make up an asset on the asset store that never existed. Oh yeah, totally, there's an asset on Unity that does that already called this. And then I'll Google it and there's like, it's just completely pulled it out of its ass. And I'm like, what? That's so weird. Oh yeah, I've seen it do that before. It just doesn't like. I felt like GPT-4 never wanted to tell you, no, you can't do this. Whereas Gemini's like, no, you fat loser, you can't write scripts. You're too stupid. Why are you such a loser? It's just like being on the Unity forums. This is what the Unity forums were like, right? I would never dare post anything on the Unity forums because Unity forums are like this, right? Hey, anybody know why this isn't working? It'd be something like this, right? Hey, can anybody help me fix this loop? I'm trying to blah blah blah. And then they post their loop, right? And then the response would be like, oh my god, you should just end yourself and learn all, or at least learn the basics. Honestly, this is every Unity help forum post. I'm not even lying. It would be like, or at least learn the basics, you fucking loser. It's like, holy shit. Like, why is everybody in here such a fucking brutal, like, and nobody wants to help. Like, you would ask on the help forum, out of like there'd be like 16 replies telling this guy to go and kill himself. And then there'd be like maybe one guy who's like, actually, this would be like the most helpful response. It would be like, actually, you don't want to do that loop. Just, just do something completely different. And it's like, does anybody want to actually try to help this guy do what he's asking for? It's actually insane. Oh my god, I would never post on the Unity help forums. The most brutal. Makes Twitter look like a nice place. Yeah, that drove me crazy. I'm so glad it's gone for now, or at least is less than before. Oh my god, this is taking so long. It's still installing packages. How many freaking packages do I have on this one? Like a great example is when I was doing research for... See, this is something that fascinates me, like game security. So I love doing research into like anti-cheat, asset encryption, just any little things like this, you know, like the cat and mouse stuff. So like anti-cheat, asset encryption, obfuscation, stuff like that. Protecting strings and stuff like this. And I swear to God, the people on the forums, everybody's attitude is like, you can never control what someone will do on the client, so don't even bother trying to stop them. This is like everybody's attitude, right, on the forums. If you ask anybody who's asking any questions about how can I actually protect my Unity game, every single response is like, don't even bother. And it's like, dude, like, yeah, like you are right. Like there's like, it's not entirely wrong that, like, you know, people will always find a way. Every response is like, people will always find a way, dude. Dude, why even bother? And it's like, yeah, but you don't want to make it easy for them. But why is everybody's attitude is just so like, it's not worth it. It's like if somebody's asking for help on these topics and you don't have anything useful to say, and it's like this all the time. It's so like negative. It's so like, no, you don't really want to do this. It's not worth looking into. Oh, it's not worth the time and effort. Oh, well, you can never really stop what happens on the client anyway. But it's like, yeah, but you don't want to make it easy for them. Like, and if you're interested in this stuff, then what's wrong with pursuing it, right? Like, yeah, ultimately you're probably right. There'll always be somebody who can find a way. But if you can stop 90% of players, right, from just like using something like I don't know, some decompiler, from getting all your game freaking assets and secrets and whatever, then I think that's worth the effort, honestly. I mean, look at Hoya, right? Hoya wouldn't jump through all the hoops that they jumped through to protect everything if they didn't think it was worth it. And sure, there's somebody out there who can still get into it, but it's like the Denuvo thing, right? There's like one woman in the world who can crack fucking Denuvo. And Denuvo could have said, well, someone's just going to figure it out eventually. It's not worth bothering with. But, like, it stops the rest of us. So, like, it's totally worth looking into, I think. And it's something that just interests me and fascinates me. Forums are the worst place to ask something when they're frustrated incels most of the time. Well, for me, I felt like it was all like dick measuring. I felt like a lot of the people in the replies were like, oh, how do you not know the basics? You know what I mean? Like, oh, you don't even know about simple singletons and you're trying to make a game. Huh, you should maybe go back and learn the basics before. And it's like, dude, like, somebody asked a specific question about a specific thing they're trying to do. And all you can do is just, like, try to, I don't know, like, belittle them and insult them and make them feel like they can never do it. And it's like, you're a fucking loser. You're the loser. Like, to talk to somebody like that is just ridiculous. And so I always thought the fucking forums were a cesspool. I know what you mean, just like making it hard for them at least. Yeah, it's like they're not really there to help. They're just there to like try and flex and be like, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm so much better. But I feel like the really good coders would never respond that way. I feel like if you're a really good coder, you wouldn't feel the need to like prove yourself on some web forum by telling some newcomer, that they need to go and learn the basics. Ugh. Like, I feel like you'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool that you're taking an interest in this. But, this might be a little trickier than you realize. But hey, let's break it down and, you know what I mean? Like, in the same way that these LLMs would sort of try to go through it with you. I think if you were really good, you would genuinely attempt to answer their question and offer as much insight as you can. And I think that's another reason why they do it as well. I think a lot of the times they just either can't be bothered or they don't know themselves, but they don't want to admit that they don't know. So they're like, okay, I'll just insult this person instead. Because they also don't know. And they're frustrated that they don't, they haven't quite fully learned the basics yet. And somebody's coming along and trying to do something that they couldn't even begin to do. It's the bell-shaped IQ curve thing. People with the highest and lowest IQ are always compliant and are very encouraging, and the mass middle is always mean. Yeah, you're probably right. Yeah, there's a name for that, isn't there? Like, it's where you... I can't remember what it's called. It's some thingy effect. Yeah, well, you start to gain a bit of knowledge in a subject and you think you're way more sort of competent than you actually are just because you know a little bit. But then the deeper you go, you realise, actually, I know nothing. And then you start to actually learn stuff and then you realise, yeah, okay. I've been using Unity for over 12 years now. It's crazy. And here's the thing, this is what I was saying yesterday, right? Like, this is why I would never post on a web forum as well. Like, I'll admit, I tried to write a for loop. I never use for loops. I don't know why. I just fucking hate for loops. And there's something weird about the syntax in C# when it comes to a for loop. So for whatever reason, I will always just use a while loop. So like, I know while loops like the back of my hand because I write them all the time. And I've seen a million if loops, and I'm sure there are thousands of if loops across all my various projects. But if they've come from AI or like some web forum, or they've been like, incorporated from some GitHub script, I wouldn't have written it myself from scratch. So I genuinely tried to write an if loop yesterday, because I was like, okay, an if loop would be better here, and I couldn't do it. And I'm like, wait a minute, that's actually insane though. I've been using Unity for 12 years and I can't write a for loop. Not, I don't know why I said if, a for loop. And I'm like, that's actually kind of disgusting. And god damn it, if the Unity forum guys ever saw me asking a question like that, they'd tear me to pieces. You don't even know how to write a for loop. And it's like, yeah, but I just don't like using them. I don't know. I hate them. I don't know why. It's like I hate arrays. Like, I will never use arrays. I'll always use a list over an array. I don't see any benefit to an array over a list. So I always use lists and I never use arrays. So I'm a little hazy on arrays as well, because I just always use lists. So like I do have these obviously like patchy areas where I'm just, because I never use them and I don't like these things, I kind of do things my own way. But then it'd be easy for somebody on a forum to say, oh, that's very basic stuff and you don't even know it, you know what I mean? And then like judge me on it. But it's like, yeah, well, fuck you, I have my own way of doing things, you know what I mean? Like, I prefer my way. 12 years, mate, you're a veteran. Good time I was 12 years ago. God, don't remind me. Well, I was 8 when I wrote my first computer program. And that was on an Amstrad CPC. So other kids were out playing football. And this was my first computer. I'm showing my age now. This was my first computer. That was it. Oh god, memories. And it came with a big, well, I say a little. There it is. There's the big, thick instruction manual. In this instruction manual, it was actually full of computer code. So in here, it was full of computer code. And so I had my new toy and I was like 8 years old. And I'm like, okay, so if I type these lines into the thing and then type run, it will do something. And that was it. I was hooked. So I would literally just sit, and I think I probably copied every single program out of that book manually into this thing just to see what it did. And I was addicted. I was like, holy shit, I can make this thing do whatever I want. And then I would start writing my own little programs. I was 8 years old, so like, yeah, it's definitely something that, like, I don't know, I just fell in love with straight away as soon as I realized I could do it. So yeah, we've come a long way since then. Cassette tape, that's how you loaded your data. You saved it onto a cassette tape. It would make this noise while it was loading. It was great. Yeah, so I've come a long way. Hi mate, it's Black Desert Phil. Hello Phil, how are you? I know you don't play fishing games, but I am product testing a game before release. If you're interested in testing game on your vids, let me know. Possibly. Fishing game. That's so fun. My first breakthrough was when I was 9, when I jailbroke my uncle's iPhone 4S. Oh my god, I can't imagine having like iPhones and things when you're that young. That's crazy. Yeah, this was probably like the height of computer technology when I was 8. Cassette tapes. But yeah, it had color graphics. Had a keyboard, so yeah, I was hooked straight away. I forgot that it even had a numpad, to be honest. So long ago now. But yeah, this little thing was fun as fuck. So I'd program little games and stuff, and then so by the time I was like 10, well, I think I was 11 when I upgraded to, yeah, I think I was 11. I was 11 when I upgraded to the Commodore Amiga, and then that's when I really started getting into things, because suddenly that computer could actually do stuff. But this was a really good place to start because it had all that code in the book, and I was able to just copy each program manually and then see what it did. It was a good sort of foundation for me, I think. God, it's still trying to load. Yeah, Phil, I don't know how... Do I have you on Discord at all? I don't even know if I can get on Discord anymore, because apparently... From what I heard, the new UK ID legislation's in full effect now, apparently, and I think Discord supposedly got affected. So if they want me to upload a fucking passport to get into Discord, then I guess I'm done using Discord. still works. My Discord seems to still work. Yeah, so we could do it on Discord if you wanted. If you wanted to mess with me on that, unless you just want to send it on Twitch or something. Where am I from? Like Liverpool or somewhere? No, so I'm kind of in the northeast. So the closest city to me would be Newcastle. Sort of in between Leeds and Newcastle. So not quite a Geordie, not quite a Yorkshireman, but something in between. Okay, this is really weird because we've got like a little Unity window that's come up, but it's still fucking around with stuff. I can't believe how long this project's taken to run, to open. Honestly, at this speed, I probably could have rebuilt a capture from frickin' scratch at this rate. What is it doing? It also doesn't help that it's on my really slow USB drive. I think that's what's making it take so long. Because obviously it's doing like disk operations and those USB drives are like super slow. So I think that's the big hold up here. No. Mate, Alexander Isaac was the biggest fucking debut this season. Must be hyped for the new one. I have no idea. Is that football or something? I'm not a sports person. Who is that? Alexander Isaac. Yeah, the USB drives would explain it. Yeah, it's always the same. Like I can't even play really. If the games are too modern, like Wuthering Waves, I can't play on one of those drives. It has to be on one of my NVMEs. I just didn't want to copy it onto an NVMe because I only want to grab the capture. I didn't realize that conversion would take this long. Let's have a look. Who is that? It's probably some sports person, is it? I don't even know who this is. Football, I was right. I guessed football, I was right. Don't even know who that is. Yeah, I'm too much of a nerd. I don't watch TV. I don't really listen to that much news. All I do is watch YouTube, play games, and make games, pretty much. It's pretty much all I do. Oh my god, Unity. This is painful. But yeah, it has to like rebuild the library file, doesn't it, every time you update to a different version. So that's what will be taking so goddamn long. Especially on a slow USB. Ugh. Okay, I think that might still be a little while away. Right, are we checking for... Are we checking for an API key at least when we send the email? That's the dream life. I live in India here to be... Introverted is to be sidelined in career opportunities, so I have to be in touch with everything. Yeah, I live in a freaking bubble. I mean, obviously I was more tuned into things like back when I used to like, you know, go to work every day. You know, you can't help but be sort of exposed to some of the things that you might not be interested in. But I've managed to become such a little recluse who just sits in my cave all day and just does what I want all day that, yeah, I really am in my own bubble. But that's kind of, well, that was the plan, you see. So I basically moved back in after COVID. I moved back in with my parents because I realized, I don't know, I think I had like a midlife crisis because I like turned 40. And I was like, okay, right, we really do only have time. Time is the most precious thing. Fuck money. Money comes and goes. Time you never get back. And I just realized, okay, what is it that I really wished I could do with my time more that work gets in the way of? And I was like, well, I really do want to learn how to make games. I want to get better at this. Like at the moment it's a hobby, but I've got a lot to learn, but it's going to take time. Do I want to just dedicate myself to that? And I was like, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. So like the plan was move back in with parents and just completely just go full ham on this. And that's what I've been doing over the past 4 or 5 years. And like my skill, like the time thing has been an amazing thing. Like just not having, so I would say like if you think, I know I said 12 years, right? But this is kind of how it went. If you imagine this is year 0 when I first started, and we're probably coming up to 13 years actually, so let's say 13's over here. So I would say like my skills probably went something like this, because I would only just dabble in it, and then over the last 5 years since I just went straight into it, it's gone like that. So this, let's say this was like when I moved in with my parents, round about here. Like minus 5 years ago. So how many years ago? How many years would that be? Like year 7 or something, 6 or 7. Yeah, like my skills just went. Like it was so gradual because like working and then just doing it now and again, you know what I mean? And then I would take breaks. I wouldn't do it for months and months, and then I'd feel like doing a bit more. Yeah, it's like it's tough. It's really difficult. But since I went like all in, like my skills have just gone absolutely fucking. That's probably an under exaggerated graph, to be honest. It's probably more like, twice that. But yeah, I've made a lot of sacrifices to be able to do that, absolutely. But I think it's worthwhile because, Jesus, like I never thought I'd get to this point, to be honest. Like anything I've gotten to the point now where if it's possible, I can do it. Yeah, if it's possible to do it in Unity, I'll find a way to do it. Sometimes it can be, a challenge, and it might take me a while and I might make mistakes, but like I'll always find a way. Yeah, I can't remember the last time that I wasn't able to do something that I set out to do. So that's kind of crazy to think that I've gotten to that point, because it's a pretty crazy place to be, really. Hide the API key. Yeah, I will do. See, this is my own API. So this is what I'm building. So this is just something that sits on my server that I'm building myself. So it's my own API that I'm making. And yeah, obviously when the thing goes live, that won't even be there. It'll be encrypted in some way, shape or form. But for right now, because I'm still building it and testing it, like yeah, I'm just sticking it there. But it's literally my own API. So like, it's not even an API that anybody else really knows about. So it's not like on a public service or anything. People could get to it and use it, but it barely does anything at the moment because I'm still building its functions. But yeah, this is basically my own API. So this is part of what I'm doing right now. So I've called it Primitus. So this basically replaces Unity gaming services. So what it will do, it does quite a lot already. It will create different data types. So we have like read-only data types that are constructed as JSON metadata files. It also links to a database on my web server and allows player data control. It runs cloud scripts, and now we're doing like authentication and player accounts verification and stuff like that. So there's a test game that I've tested it with. So we have like game data of characters, food. Then there's a blueprint for player data there, player weapons. And then if we go into my database on my web server, it's set up tables for the player and everything. So it's basically doing everything that that Unity Gaming Services does, except it's my own thing from scratch, which is pretty cool because it gives me full control. And so these are my little like API scripts and stuff to do various things. So for now, I'm just using this as like, some method of security just so that I can check to make sure it's coming from my client. yeah, obviously we'll move. That's why I've put move me API key, and this will obviously change when I'm ready to actually go live. But yeah, I mean, my other one literally says this is a silly API key for testing. But yeah, because there's no way to not show that while I'm building the thing, because I'm building the thing, you know. But it's fine. I've never had any issues, to be fair. And yeah, I know how to handle real keys from real APIs. Are you making your own game, or am I working on a project? Yeah, so right now the whole thing I'm working on is an API. Right, here we go. System reflection exception has been thrown by the target of an invocation. That's probably just Unity's little quirky bug after conversion. I bet that will go away when we reload it. Because I don't think I'm using reflection on that project. I am using reflection in this though, because the data tables are all constructed from the game itself. So if we look at the Unity project, so this is how I construct all my games. I have a game data, which is read-only, and then I have player data. I have writable data, where the player has write access, and then I have protected data for things like gacha and stuff like that. And so I'll have these things that are like set in stone that the player can't change. And then I'll have the player data stuff, which is like read write. So what my system does is I have a little export tool, deploy data there, and that will basically read all my game structure and data classes and types, set up tables and databases for me, set up like JSON metadata blueprints. And so the goal is we're going to be able to pull those back down on the client without any, you know, dev connection stuff. And then if I want to add a new character in the game, I can just set it up from my dev end. Nobody has to update their client, because at the start of the game will literally rebuild all of the game data from those meta files. And it'll work on any game and any future project, because it's all set to use like reflection and know exactly how to set everything up. So this is like my dream tool basically for like all my future games. But yeah, I still need a way to like manage player accounts and stuff, so that's where we're up to. But yeah, it's less than a week I've been working on this, and we've got quite a lot already. Yeah. Right, let's see. Core canvas. I think we've got full screen launcher, no launcher. What the hell is this? Character canvas, settings canvas, star canvas, log canvas. Let's just see if I can get any of this to work. It's been so long since I looked at this project. Barely even know what it does. Right, it's remembered my details. So it might not show a capture for that. Signed in success. Oh, there's all my there's all my gacha shit. Yeah, this was my very first gacha game test. Oh yeah, we've got a server time synchronization up there as well. This is quite funny. Yeah, I never got that to work actually. The energy system, I never got that to work on this project, but I've got it working in my new one. I thought there was a capture on here. Don't tell me there's not a capture on here after all that. I thought there was. Oh, I'm actually starting to mold now. Have I lost my capture? I'm going to have to start again, aren't I? Let me check. I should be able to check by having a look at my assets. No, there's capture. What the fuck? There it is. There it is. I knew I had one on here. Right, here we go. Okay, so this is my previous capture implementation. So let's see, how does this work? It's been a while. So we've got puzzle image, slide handle. There's got to be a script on here somewhere. Here it is, jigsaw puzzle solver. Okay, this is what I need. Okay, so we have a jigsaw puzzle solver script. So this is what we need. Okay, so we can take a look at that. Yeah, I seem to vaguely remember the way I would set it up is I would record the solutions for each puzzle. Yeah, there we go. Solutions are there. So this is the only thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, is if I'm storing the solutions for each capture in a list. There might be a better way of doing that. But I don't know, like, would a bot... I don't think a bot would really be able to get to those values. Because, like, a bot's not going to be able to go into cheat engine. But I guess somebody... Okay, what could happen is somebody could manually go and get those using cheat engine and then maybe program a bot to then recognize which puzzle they need to solve. But then the bot wouldn't know... It wouldn't know the position of the jigsaw piece anyway, though, would it? Not without hacking into memory. Yeah, I think this will be fine. I think it'll be fine. I think it'll be fine. Alright, so we want this copying across. Where am I? Uni projects. Primitus test. Assets. Scripts. Jigsaw puzzle solver. Let's get that in there. I mean, that's the main one. And then this capture folder needs importing as well. Wait, that's not my... Why isn't that coming up? There. I literally don't have a UI folder. Suppose I wouldn't. Okay, so let's remind myself, how do we set this up? We should have... So that's just a parent game object. Puzzle image. Capture for A. So the A's are the pieces with the piece missing, and the B's are the missing piece. Okay. Fair enough. So let's just collapse these for now. On my canvas, I'm going to need a capture game object. We could add a raw image on there. Just to give it like a dark background or something. So then we want a child of puzzle image. I want some instructions on there. Complete the puzzle to continue. Okay. And we should have okay, we need a game object slide handle with an image on it, and that has the script on it. Slide handle. And the image. Okay, we don't have the handle in. Oh no, there it is. Slide handle. Yeah, we sort of, oh, it's okay, we line and then we want to line the piece to it. So here we've got it set up so that each piece is a child of said handle, and there's a ruler. How are we doing that? There's no image on there. What is that? Oh, it's because I see. Yeah, we just set the. It's got an image and then a transparent. Yeah, slide ruler. Which we attach the piece to. It needs to go all the way to the top. Yeah, makes sense. Slide ruler. And each puzzle piece needs its own child image. Which I assume we would line up with the height and shape of that. So the X position obviously wants to reset to 0. But while we shape it to where we want, we can move it so that it completes the puzzle. (100 by 100). Right, these will want to be the same value as each other probably. 1.2, 1.2. It's not even close to being right. It's doing that weird Unity thing again where it's... I asked GPT about this yesterday and it said... something to do with your image, sprite image import settings. Right, so where is that lining up exactly? I think that's about right. That's kind of skewed. So I think it's stretched a little bit too much vertically. Because that line lines up with that. Now that lines up with that. That looks good to me. So now we can reset that back to 0 so that the player can now... Actually, I'll move it a little bit because it's... there. And so now the player can slide the puzzle into place. Yep. .2. It's not quite right. I think that's about right. Put it at 10. Okay, so we need each solution against each image now. So we've got 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, 4. So I guess we want to work on 2. Okay, there's 2. 3. Cheers, we'll catch you soon. Gotta go eat lunch and go out. No worries. Well, thanks for your time. Is that ruler rendered over the top of the piece or at the bottom? I feel like it's rendering over the top. Oh no, it was rendering underneath. Yeah, that's what we want. It just looked like it was drawing over the top, but it's just my eyes playing tricks, I think. Alright, so puzzle piece 4. Okay. Okay, perfect. Yep. Makes perfect sense. And so this is where we record our solutions to know when it's correct and when to like auto close itself and report itself as complete. Images. Let's have a look. What wants to be in here? Images. So we just put our A's in there. Okay. And then pieces, we put our game objects 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. Yep. And then we've got to measure our solutions. Probably won't be the same. They might be the same. Probably won't be the same as they were before. So I think the way we'll be able to do this is if we put some impossible number that we can't get to in each of these for now. Okay, that's maybe not that impossible. Then we should be able to run this. Isn't there a script on the slide handle that oh, it's probably handled by the jigsaw puzzler. Yeah, I was gonna say we'd need slide functionality on it, but I guess that's probably baked in. Wait, why is it? What? Why does it move? What? Why does it move? Oh, because I accidentally... Oh, hang on. No, I didn't. Yeah, why does it move? What? Okay, it moves a little bit. Oh, no, it does move. I programmed it to move. Yeah, I programmed it to move because that way, if a bot tries to complete the puzzle using some macro type thing, well, it's not all, even the puzzle itself is not always going to be in the same place. I think that's too much variation. We also have a no reference here. Parent transform puzzle image. Images puzzle number. It's because I didn't put a capital I in image. I thought I did. Oh, fucking goddamn you. There we go. Also those, I might want to move it up then, because like you couldn't complete that one because the handle's off screen. So I'm going to need to make sure it's correct. So I'm assuming those random positions are relative and not absolute. So I would probably want to start it at the highest point it can be at, I'm guessing. Yeah, that went a little bit low though. No, it's not relative, it's absolute. God damn it. Okay, so I need to fix that then. Yeah, so here's our random X range of where it's going to go on the X. X seems fine, but why it's doing it too low, so let's try taking 20 off there and 20 off there. Because it should never position itself where you can't solve it. Is X and Y what I think it is? Yeah, so maybe it's the other way around. So that would be 15. And that would be 101. Yeah, I think it's weird where higher number higher up the screen, whereas you would expect it to be the other way around. Yeah, that's better. It's still a little bit low, so we want those numbers higher still. So we can actually go way up on here, like maybe 130, and this one maybe wants to be at like 5. Let's try that. It's still a little bit too low where it's slightly off the screen. God damn it. Okay. In update, let me debug this so I can measure it. Let me add a debug. We need to measure it and stop being lazy. Okay, do we have a TXT we can use? Start position X, start position Y, now position. Is that the position of the whole thing or the handle position? I think that might be the handle position. Whatever. Okay, we'll just do a public float. X position, public float, Y position. That's not how you spell public. And then in update, we'll say X position equals this dot transform. Are we using position or local position? Are we doing rect transform local position X? Okay. And then Y position is that. Now we can measure it. Okay. It's going to be on slide handle though, which is kind of awkward. So we need to lock this and then... Oh no, because we need to see slide handle. Oh, that's super awkward. Why did I put the code on the fucking handle? Yeah, I kind of regret that. Alright, whatever. Give me a new inspector. How do I make a new inspector? Add tab, inspector. There. That's not locked. So we can get to the slide handle and see our values. There we go. Now I can move it. Why is X position, Y position not updating? What? I mean, I can see it in Y position, so if it's these values here, then we want to go up to 170. But why isn't that updating? It should be. Is it because that window's not active? Oh, because I said local position. Yeah, we are using local position. Eh? I am so confused. So why isn't that updating then? It's locked and it's always... Oh, because I should be doing... Wait, this is wrong. Anyway, how is this working? We should be using transform.parent. Yeah, we should be using parent dot. That's why it's not updating. I suppose now we need to get the components of Rex transform. What a fucking pain in the ass. Why did I set it up like this? Because I've learned, I know better now. And then local position. Yeah. Fucking hell. Okay, that's why it wasn't working. Okay, now it should work. It's probably whatever we're seeing in the inspector anyway, but I like to check. It should match the number here, really. Although, yeah, no, it is matching the number there. Right, so yeah, we want to go from a range of up to 178. Let's do 30. 30 to 178 on the Y. On the Y, 30 to 178. Okay, and on the X, minus 215 to 290. That way, it's always going to be in a different place, so a bot can't really interact with it easily. But a human should be fine. And also these pieces, I don't know if you noticed, but the pieces are in different horizontal positions relative to the starting position as well. So you can't just snap to this control and then move it at the same distance every time, because it's random which piece you're going to get as well, so you don't know what. Okay, so now we should be able to measure the slide handle. It should show us where the current handle position is. So this is puzzle piece 1. Yes. So as we move our handle, now position tells us roughly where it wants to be. So the correct solution is at now position negative 8611237. Negative 8611237. Yeah, I actually programmed that. That's smart. I programmed it to remember where it slid up to. Very smart. So we know that solution 1 is that. We can turn on number 2. And then measure that. So I shouldn't have let it do that. I need to see the number. Okay, so we can slide it up to about there. So that should be solution 2. Solution 3. Okay, we now have our 4 values that we can enter. We also don't need those variables anymore. Okay. So let's put our solution numbers in. I can just copy and paste, to be honest. And I would assume that I've allowed for some margin of error on these solutions. I'll have a look at the code in a second. It's been a while since I wrote this. Okay, so that should be all set up and ready to use now. Let's see what the error range is. Now position minus solutions within a range of 2.2. Yeah, that's my tolerance, 2.2 floaty points. So it needs to be correct within 2.2 floaty points. So let's see. So does it allow us to complete the puzzle? Yeah. Let's run it again. Get it wrong. Too short. Oops. Too far. Oops. Just right. Boop. There we go. So I guess as the we could do an on disable script. I gotta be careful here. Because if I simply say, okay, once the puzzle is disabled, the capture was complete, then all you need to do is disable the puzzle, right? So if you cheat engine and disable the puzzle, then maybe that's a little too easy. So I think this thing should maybe like report back as to whether it was completed successfully or not. So let's show this to Jipity and see if it can improve it for us. Okay. I created a little jigsaw puzzle capture system a few years ago. What? Yeah, come on. What? Yeah, give me a sec.
Because we need thinner ones and we need fatter ones.
Currently, if the puzzle completes, it just disables and the player can continue. However, that may be too easy to circumvent with a basic hacking tool. How can we improve this? Improve this so we can be sure the puzzle was completed before sending any confirmation emails out. Alright, let me just go help my mum a sec. She wants some help with something. Alright. Alright. Right. Okay, send this off to GPT. See what it says. Yeah, we can do like a public bool or something. Is it possible to invoke the whole script to return a bool? E.g. bool capture complete equals jigsaw puzzle solver dot enable or something like that. Right. Do 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 do. Okay. Great question. You're absolutely right that just setting a bool complete equals true on the client side is too easy to spoof. A hacker could just set that flag in memory or call your email function directly without solving the puzzle. Let's break this down into two parts. Security considerations. Never trust the client. Trust no one. Sounds like Fox Mulder. Never trust anybody except me. Anything running in Unity or any client can be modified. Oh, you sound like a fucking Unity forum poster now. Memory patched or bypassed. Server-side validation is required. The server should be the one that decides whether the capture was solved, not the client. Well, how the fuck are we going to do that? Client's role. The Unity puzzle should only generate a proof, like a token or hash, that the server can verify. So instead of just bool complete equals true, you want something like puzzle is solved, client generates a signed token, puzzle ID plus solution. Client sends that token to the server. Seriously? I thought about that, but I thought that was overkill. Are we really going that far with this? Okay. I thought we were just stopping bots from, like, sending out mass emails. Well, I suppose we are, aren't we? I suppose. Puzzle is solved. Client generates a signed token, a puzzle ID, and solution. Client sends that token to the server. Server checks if the solution matches the puzzle challenge it issued. Only then does the server send the confirmation email. Improving your puzzle script. Right now your script just sets complete equals true. Instead you can expose an event or callback when the puzzle is solved. Return a task async bool if you want to await completion. Okay, here's a refactor. Usage example. You can now subscribe to the event. Okay, that's pretty much what I was asking. Yeah, I'm not going as far as the server knows. The server tells Unity which jigsaw puzzle to show, and we check against the solution on the server. I think that's overkill. I don't even know if it really makes it any more secure either anyway. Okay, so we should now be able to go into our PPS and we can subscribe to its event. So we can say serialized field private jigsaw puzzle solver in PPS. Also, that's a dev button. And then puzzle dot on puzzle solved plus equals handle puzzle solved. Send capture proof to server. I don't know that I want to go that far. Await capture equals false. Handle capture solved. But again, right, you could just... Couldn't you just find the await capture bool and then flip it from true to false? Click credential link. Jigsaw puzzle solver. Game objects? How can we enable that? We still need a reference to the object, don't we? I need to await something though, don't I? Await. Wait for capture. Private async void await capture. Wait for capture. Cannot await void, so it needs to be a task then. Async task. This async method lacks await operators. Okay, I'm not sure how to do this. Okay. Good thing you're on the right track with async await, but the way you've written it will never actually yield, because in your wait for capture you wrote this creates a task but never awaits it, so the loop just spins forever on the main thread, basically a busy loop. Unity will freeze or lock up. Correct way to use a task completion source. The cleanest way to await a Unity event like your capture being solved is to use a task completion source bool that you complete when the puzzle is solved. Stop making new scripts! Oh, it's been like GPT-4 now. This is what GPT-4 used to do. Every time I'd ask it to help me, like, I hate that it does this. It wants everything to be its own script, and it's like, no, I'm asking you, how do I get from A to B in my current script? And it's like, here's 14 new scripts to do it. It's like, no, I just want methods in the existing script. All right, I have enough fucking scripts as it is. I don't want another 14 scripts to do this. I just want it in the same script. But we should be able to translate this logic into my current script. But why the fuck does it think I'm going to make yet another script? Like, we already, like, and in its previous reply it thought I was going to have like a capture fucking solver or whatever. So now it's come up with like, I already have 2 scripts interacting with each other. At this point, GPT thinks I'm going to have 4. Like, there are 2 things that are talking to each other. I don't want 4 scripts to interact with 2 things. I want 2 scripts, one for thing 1 and one for thing 2. I don't want 4 scripts for, like, that's ridiculous. Okay, we want system threading tasks. We already have that. Private task completion source. A bool TCS. Wait for solve async. TCS equals new task completion source bool. Game object set active to true. Oh my god. such a pain in the ass. This seems so unnecessarily convoluted. It also wants to make everything public. Like, it wants 14 scripts where everything's public in every script. It's like allergic to actually building like meaty scripts with lots of functions in them. Like, I get that object orientation is a thing, but you can overly fucking send everything off to different objects where, like, you know, you then have to jump through 14 hoops just to find out what thing A ends up doing to thing B. And it's like, no, I just want to be able to see it in the same script, ideally. At most, I might want to look at a second script because it's calling on some external function somewhere. But I don't want to have to go through 14 fucking scripts just to find out what thing A does to thing B, because it's just ridiculous. So we would want this to be a private task, not a public task. All these want to be privates. Look at all this shit. Also, there's no way to cancel the capture. Like, it says markers failed, but there is... I don't have a way for the... Because I feel like a human being would never need to cancel a fucking slider capture. I don't think that's necessary. There is no cancel. There's just wait forever for the human to solve the puzzle, and if the human never solves the puzzle, then they never get their account back, because real humans wouldn't struggle to solve that puzzle. Right? It's like overkill. There is no cancel. There doesn't need to be a cancel. I don't even think Hoyo has a cancel. Right, so we want a private void and a private void. Call this when puzzle is solved. Wait for solve async. Let's just call it wait for solve capture. TCS equals new task completion source bool. Game object. Yeah, game object. Not like my actual object name, just game object. Panel capture set active to true. Return CCS task. But then it says call this mark solved. This is so ridiculous. So now in my other script I need a reference to this script, and then I need to publicly call the function. Also, I think the panel capture closes itself, but I guess it doesn't hurt to try and close it from here as well. Right. This is so over the top. So now my fucking jigsaw puzzle needs a fucking system. Oh no, we already figured this out. Right, we now have a globally accessible system controller without having to reference it, which is actually music to my ears. Public event action on puzzle solved. On puzzle solved. We don't have an on puzzle solved. So isn't the public event action on puzzle solved? So GBT's done this weird thing, right, where I'm like, hey, oh my god, I'm not having a good day with GPT today. So I said to GPT, hey, I have this thing over here and this thing over here. I need to show this, wait for this to do what it needs to do. It's not a smiley face, it's a pause icon. The user does something over here, and then I need to know when this is finished so that this can continue doing what it needs to do. What did GPT do? GPT said, okay, you need to write a million. Actually, what it really did is it said you need 15 different scripts over here in the middle. And then you connect this to this and this to this, and then you want this to connect to this to connect to this this to connect to this, and this to connect to this, and also this needs to connect to this, and this needs to connect to this. This needs to connect to this and this. Those need to connect to each other, and those two scripts need to connect to each other that way and that way. Dude! Stop! No! No, 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 no. Just no. Bad GPT. Why is GPT's not very good to use on a Sunday? If I'm working, you should fucking work too, you piece of shit. Mark solved. Okay, I dread to think what's going to happen. But it still never showed me how to fucking wait in my current loop though, did it? Okay, it does. Bool solved equals await. There is no cancellation state, okay? It's not possible to cancel a captcha. Okay, there's no need to cancel a captcha. Unless it's a bot, in which case, fuck you, bot. Get out of my game. How about that? How about that? Cancel a captcha. Captcha. I can't wait for the sex bots, because then you're going to be like, okay, GPT, help me write a program to have sex with my sex bot. It'll be like, here's the cancel sex method. It's like, cancel sex? That's not going in there. Why the fuck would you do that? And then someone like walks in on you like 2 weeks later and you're like, oh shit, I can't cancel it now. I wish I'd listened to GPT. I should have put the cancel sex in there after all. Just ignore me, alright? I don't know what's wrong with me, alright? What the fuck is Capture Controller? No, that's you with your stupid 6,000 scripts for everything. No, fuck your Capture Controller. Why? Oh my god, GPT, I hate you so much today. I really do. We were having such a great time together, and now you've turned into such a little bitch. Just like my ex-wife. Right. What is happening? Can't we just say wait for solve async then? I think I called it wait for solve capture. Because I hate GPT's names today. It hates it. Cannot complicitly convert type void to bool. So don't we just say await, there we go, await, wait for solve capture. I think we do that. Jesus Christ, that was so complicated. All I want to do is wait for, Jesus Christ, I should have just stuck to the fucking complete true and false thing. That was so ridiculous. Right, let me just make sure everything's saved and up to date. I might back it up as well. That was my old one, wasn't it? Yeah, we're done with that now. Sure, I guess we could save it. Pika's here. Hello, Pika. You showed up at just the right time. I'm ready to kill myself. Don't even ask. Don't ask that question that you always ask. Don't even ask it today, okay? I don't want to answer that question today. How's the project going? I'll tell you how it's fucking going. GBT's been a little bitch today. Fucking horrible little bitch. Some might say that Pika always says that other people might say things. Some might say what? If we started to date bots and not real people, then humanity will cease to exist. That's a lie. There'll still be horny little maniacs breeding with each other. Don't you worry about that. And then there's also other options, right? There's like artificial insemination now, so no, that's not going to happen. You cannot stop the plague of humanity upon the earth, no matter how hard you try. No, I don't really think that. I don't think humanity is a plague. We could do better, though. We can always do better. Some might say we will find a brighter day. Object not set to a reference of an object. Yes, because I always forget to link it, that's why. Capture, slide handle, panel capture. So can't I just, instead of panel capture, let me see if I can... I don't like linking things more times than I need to link them. This is getting out of control. Cause I've been standing at the station in need of better education in the rain. Now where is my... Also, I don't think we use that bool anymore. Wait, we do. Ah, everything's falling apart! Okay, we can't get rid of that. Well, why are you saying it's not in use when it is? I hate the way that VS does that sometimes. It's like, oh, you're not using this variable over here, so I'm going to make it all dark and mysterious. And it's like, yes, I am, you lying bastard. Why are you lying to me? I got fucking GPT lying to me. I got Pika lying to me. I got Visual Studio lying to me. Does anybody want to tell me the truth today? Anybody? Actually, Pika hasn't lied to me. I just think Pika's confused. The Shy game we played the other week ago isn't... Did you play it as well? I didn't even know you played it. Isn't on mobile, but is on the Nintendo Switch for $50. Oh god, I wouldn't pay that for it. Wait for a sale. At the very least, wait for a sale, goddamn. Where is my panel capture? There it is, right. All I'm trying to do is rip this variable out, because I don't think it's necessary. Can't we just say... Instead of panel capture, can't we say, what do we call it? Jigsaw puzzle solver dot transform. No, because it's a type. Game object. Oh my god, it's making me do it. Alright, fine, I'll link it again. I can't believe there's not a way to get to the... Because we link the type. Can't we link to the thing that the type is linked to? Like, it just seems ridiculous to me. Alright, whatever, we'll just link it again. I hate all these fucking links in my scripts. So many of them! Now what you no reference me about? What do you mean? You're lying to me. Okay, we're in. We're in. Okay, good. It didn't. It didn't think. Okay. It should bring the capture up now. Yay! At last. Fail it. Fail it. Get it right. Oh, it didn't count. Why is that not completing? We made a mistake somewhere then. That was fucking perfect, I'll have you know. Okay, my thing's broken. What? Why didn't it do it the first 2 times? Password reset, email sent. Please check your inbox. Is it there? There's a Cappy who has forsaken Genshin. I'm busy. I'm forsaken anything. I'm just fucking busy making my own Genshin impacts. I'm making the underlying systems that drive Genshin impacts. Alright, there we go. We got a password reset email. It seems to be working great. I've been invited to help test Fate Trigger. Isn't that out yet? Okay. Apparently I can play Fate Trigger. That thing that everyone was playing like a month ago. Has it really been 2 weeks I've been offline? Yeah, because I've been busy, that's why. Right, so we now have a good thing where we can... You said that I had... You lied to me, get email. Where's this Fate Trigger at? How many fucking games have I got in my wish list? Play now. Sure, I will install it. It looks kind of fun. This was the one I was pretty hyped for, actually. Yeah, we'll check it out. Okay, so the next thing I want to implement is a cooldown on the email. So what we need to do is when that email gets sent... Right, so which one is my email button then? Verify email. Credential verify is... Oh no, we have a thing for this now, don't we? Button map. Button map. How do we use this? How do we use it? How do we use it? Okay, we open up square brackets. Not there. Fucking muppet! And then we can type the name of the button. So this is credential. UI button, credential, verify, email, interactable equals false. Then cooldown, mail send cooldown equals 120. Okay. I'd also like to implement a 2-minute cooldown on resending the email. Here's what I have so far. How can we count down and re-enable the button after 2 minutes? Okay. Perfect. You're already halfway there. You've got a mail send cooldown int and you're displaying it in update. Now you just need to decrement it over time and re-enable the button when it reaches 0. There are 2 common Unity friendly ways to do this. It's pretty much like PUBG. Yeah, I know what PUBG is. Is what I saw of it online. Yeah, like an anime PUBG, isn't it? Exactly. Yeah, it looks fun. They're not really my kinds of games, so like, it's the kind of game that I'll probably have fun in for a few hours and then I'll be like, yeah. But that's perfect for me right now because I'm so busy with my own projects that I don't want to be spending days and weeks in games because I got too much to do. Okay, so private core routine cooldown routine. Let me guess, you're trying to make a brand new script again, are you? Cooldown routine. Okay. I know on some websites they send you an email with code, then if you don't put it in by a certain amount of time, yeah, every website should be doing that. It won't allow you in and then you have to resend the code again just to log in. Yep, mine's doing exactly the same thing. I've given people 30 minutes, so if you look at my pass reset scripts. So we implement, what we do is we calculate there's the expiry time there. Expiry, we add 30 minutes to the current time and we store that in the player table database. So on the player table database there is a field here, look, email verify code, email verify expires. You don't want to keep that forever because it's a security risk. So GBT wanted me to put it at 15 minutes, but I thought 30 minutes is fine. I think Hoyo gives you like an hour. I'm giving people 30 minutes. It seems reasonable. And if you can't confirm within 30 minutes, then you just need to request a new one. But yeah, you always want to make them self-expire because otherwise it's a security risk. We could even change our mail template to include that information if we wanted to. Copy the code and paste it into the verification screen. Within 30 minutes. There we go. Now the next time that email goes out, it'll say how long you have. Right, so we created a private coroutine instance called cooldown routine. What are you sending me? I'm trying to work, Pika. What? Official site. Beta test closes July 24th. They just invited me. Because I'm special, you see. They didn't want my opinion until they were almost ready to release. They were like, look, what we'll do is we'll deal with all those plebs who don't know what they're talking about. We'll deal with all their feedback first. Then we'll send it to the expert, and we'll get the expert's opinion right before release. That's why they're asking me now. They've sifted through all the, you know, oh, boobs aren't big enough, and all that kind of stuff. Now they want to know what the real expert thinks about it. Start cooldown. Prevent multiple coroutines stacking. If cooldown routine is not null, stop coroutine. Cooldown routine. Cooldown routine equals start coroutine. Right, so we can do. We would put that there. Okay, we already set the variable to 120 there. So we can take it out there. We already set the button to false. Interactable. Okay. Alright, let's test it. So what we should now have is when we send an email request. When we send an email request, stop vibe coding. I ain't vibe coding. See, vibe coding is when you don't have a clue what you're doing and you don't even think about the code. You just paste it in and hope for the best. No, I'm working with the AI to vibe cheat, which is different. Vibe cheating is something you should never do in an exam, but you can do it in your own personal projects. Subscribe, by the way. Appreciate it. I will admit, though, this is the closest I've ever come to vibe coding an entire project. And the reason for that is because PHP is not my wheelhouse. So all of these PHP scripts, I've had somewhat of an influence over them. So the way I've done it is I've kind of like, I've mapped out a structure. You know, I want this. I want this. I want an ice cream. Do this. Do this, bitch. And also this. So I try to give it like a good structure. And then I've sort of just mostly relied on the stuff it's given me back because PHP is not really my wheelhouse. And I've been pretty impressed with GPT-5's responses. I've had to go and fix a couple of things, and I've had to maybe, get it to change a few things here and there. But it is exactly what I want. And it keeps like forgetting things like I implemented like enforce SSL encryption. So once I learned how to enforce SSL encryption, I've made sure that's at the top of all of my scripts. So if you go to one of my PHP files, I have this part here. This enforces encryption, and it always misses this bit off, but I know how to do that now. And I know that this is my JWT library stuff. And so I'm learning as I'm going along. But yeah, I think vibe coding is when you don't even fucking give a shit. It's like you're not even interested in learning coding. But yeah, I've learned a lot from doing this actually. So it's very helpful. But yeah, at the start it did feel a bit like vibe coding because I'm like, oh my god, I have no idea what any of this stuff does. And I'm just trusting it implicitly. But yeah, because I've been doing it for almost a week now, I think I have a good understanding of what it's mostly doing. Right, so let's see. Sign out. So we're going to sign in, and we're going to try and get a password reset. Also, this is wrong, by the way. We shouldn't need to verify email when you sign in. Right? So, but I'm going to leave it because this helps me test it, which is exactly what I want to do right now. But okay, let's pretend we did want to verify email when we sign in. I also need to show the code whenever we click this verify email so that we have somewhere to enter the code. But the thing I'm testing right now is the 2-minute cooldown on the button. Okay, so solve it wrong again, try and solve it right. You motherfucker. Alright, there you go. Yeah, there's our countdown. But yeah, in the same way that Hoyo, this kind of confused me. I need to show the code box now as well. In the same way that when I saw this for the first time on Hoyoverse games, I thought it was saying, better hurry up. You've only got 100 seconds to enter that code. If you don't enter that code within this amount of seconds, then you ain't fucking getting in. And I'd be like, quickly! Why isn't the email there yet? Oh my god, I'm running out of time. And then I eventually realized, wait, I don't think that's what that means. I think it's that long before I can request another email. And then I realized, okay, that makes sense. But yeah, that button should re-enable itself when it reaches 0. And if it does, and we should have an email, which now says we have 30 minutes to enter the code. There you go, within 30 minutes in the game to unlock your account. Nice. Nice! Alright, let's delete all those because got like a million of them now. And we should be getting our button back in 35 seconds. Beautiful. Is our game downloaded? Nope, it's only halfway there. It's a big boy. It's a big one. I have absolutely no interest in going back to this game. I spent money in this game as well. Monster Hunter and Stellar Blade want an update. There we go, and we got our verify email again. So if we wanted to request a new one, yeah, we can solve the capture and get another one, I guess. I'm actually not going to do that though, because I only have, mind you, I think it's 100 free emails a day I can send on the free tier, so I should be fine. But still, I know that works, so it's fine. Yeah, what I do need to do though is I need to enable the code entering button at that point. And also, really, again, for signing in, I shouldn't need to verify an email. So that button shouldn't even really be there for signing in. Right, where's my... But for it's been useful in testing this because we now have our capture. Also, when I send the email, are we sending the... I don't think we are, you know. I don't think we're sending the thingy key. I might ask GPT what the best way to hide those is actually. There's a few ways of doing it. I think it will tell me to use a scriptable object. I hate scriptable objects. Yeah, I genuinely do hate scriptable objects. I'd probably rather do it any other way. Right, there, request password reset. I don't think we're sending our API key when we do this. I think at the very least. So we can't send a JSON web token because the odds are that if someone's trying to do a password reset, they're probably not able to get into their account. So we can't use a JSON web token to verify them because the odds are that that's either already expired or there's something wrong with it, or it's like, you know, they're trying to get into an old account. But I think at the very least we should be sending the API key. Are we sending the API key anywhere in any of these scripts? I think the answer is no, because if you look at it, right, every single function, so register new player is just a function that takes nothing, which makes sense because we don't have anything to give it. But we're not even sending an API key. We try to send a JSON web token key for auto login, but that's basically all we do. And then in login with token, we only pass the JSON web token. So we wouldn't even have access to a key here at this point anyway. Yeah, I'm not happy with this. Okay, I need the toilet. So I think my next step, actually, let me do what I was going to do though, because I'll forget otherwise. I was going to enable that code button after the email got sent, which is here. Yeah, that's where we start the cooldown routine. So we want button map, button code, but, lots of buts. If you came here for the buts, I don't blame you. We've got buts galore. Big butts, small butts, shiny butts. I like shiny butts. Shiny butts. What's your favorite butt? What's your favorite type of butt, Pika? I like shiny. Shiny or oily butts, they're nice. Do you like them big? Do you like them small? I realize this is probably a very inappropriate question. Where the fuck is my button map? So UI... Okay, I need it needs to start with UI button. That's why I can't find it. Right, so it's UI. There it is. They're all shown up now. Right, UI button code, credential code. Oh, it's not a button. That's why I'm a fucking idiot. It'll be an input map, won't it? Oh, input map. Now we're getting into fucking input system. So UI input, is it? Yeah, it is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Right, now we're getting somewhere. Code. Dot game object set active to true. There we go. That's what I needed to do. Okay, I'm gonna go pee. I'm sure you needed to know that. And then I'm going to shout at GPT and be like, look, you little bitch, why aren't we passing? Oh, I have two questions for it. Question number one, what's a good way to conceal like an API key? Don't tell me to put it in a scriptable object. Please don't tell me to put it in a scriptable object. So what's a good way to hide an API key? And then question number two, why the fuck isn't our API looking for the API key on all operations when it should be? You stupid little bitch. That's what I'm going to ask it. So look forward to that. Me and GPT are going to have a real falling out today. It's been a nice time with GPT up to like for the rest of the week, but today I don't know, it's all falling apart. I'm also just gonna push that there just so it sticks out, so I know, because I'll obviously delete these things once I'm done with testing and whatnot. I'm at the point with my custom API where I need to think about managing my API key correctly in Unity. What's the best way to ensure API key does not get string dumped into builds? API key is easily retrievable to pass to all API requests. This is a really important question, and it's great you're thinking about it now, because API key management is one of the most common security pitfalls in Unity games. Let's break it down. I don't need you to break it down. Answer my question, bitch. If I wanted you to break stuff down, I'd go to like the prison inmate worker facility. They break rocks all day. They're breaking rocks down. Big rocks into small rocks, right? I don't want you to do that. I want you to just give me the solution. Core principle. Never trust the client. Yeah, you keep saying that. You're so paranoid. Why are you so paranoid? Did someone hurt you, Jibbity? Did somebody scam you? Did somebody jump you in a dark alley and steal your purse? What is the problem, Jibbity? What is the problem? You need to be more trustful of people. Anything you ship in Unity, even obfuscated, can be reverse engineered, memory scanned, or dumped. If your API key is in the client, a determined hacker will find it. So the best practice is do not embed your master API key in the Unity client at all. Instead, use a server-side proxy or token system. Shut up. I'm not making fucking banking app 101, you know. I'm not fucking Jesus Christ. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, that's not what I asked, is it? I said I want to start in the client. I just don't want to make it easy for people to get. That's what I'm saying. It's like being back on the Unity fucking forums again. Just don't even bother. No, they'd just be saying, just don't even bother trying to protect anything, man. Just get your API key tattooed on your head because everyone's going to find it anywhere. Just leave your wallet lying around in the street because there's no point in locking your door or putting a burglar alarm on your house or even closing the door. Just leave it wide open, man, because burglars will find a way in if they want anyway. So seriously, just put a big neon sign outside your house saying please burgle me, because you can't stop them, man. If they're determined, you can't stop them, so you may as well make it easy for them. Like, what a stupid way of looking at it. Right, let me go pee. I needed to pee like 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour ago. Oh. Server-side proxy, best practice. Your Unity client never talks directly to the third-party API with your master key. Instead, it talks to your own backend server. Your backend... Leave our backend out of this, you pervert. Your backend... It's quite fat and flabby, yeah, I know. Your backend server holds the real API key securely in environment variables, not in code. The backend validates the request, checks the player's auth token, rate limits, etc. Then forwards it to the third-party API with a key. I am the third-party API! Look, fool. Jibbity. Jibbity's driving me crazy today. This is my own custom API. There is no third-party. We have to trust the client to operate within the functions we allow. In order to provide the services. I have a client's API key which doesn't allow anything too crazy, but I'm simply trying to stop it being abused outside of my client. my games. Why are you arguing with me? Static string held in config.php need a way to store in Unity that isn't too easy to get. Dynamic string. Take something like application.product name and run it through string manipulation algorithm. Then save each game's dynamically generated key manually into config.php. I'm using JWT to handle basic account operations, but for things like password reset, where the token may already be invalid, I'd like some wall to prevent abuse. What do you suggest? Okay. This is my own custom API. There is no third party. We have to trust the client to operate within the functions we allow in order to provide the services. I have a client API key which doesn't allow anything too crazy, but I'm simply trying to stop it being abused outside of my client, my games. Let's consider our options. Static string held in config PHP. Need a way to store in Unity that isn't too easy to get. A dynamic string. Take something like application.product name and run it through a string manipulation algorithm. Then save each game's dynamically generated key manually into config.php. I'm using JWT to handle basic account operations, but for things like password reset where my token may already be invalid, I'd like some wall to prevent abuse. What do you suggest? Got it. Thanks for clarifying. Since this is your own API and you're not dealing with a third-party service, the problem is really about abuse prevention. You want to stop people from writing a script or postman request that just hammers your password reset endpoint. You don't need a bank-level secrecy, but you want a wall that makes it much harder to abuse outside of your actual Unity client. Let's break down the options and what I'd suggest. Key realities. Any key in the client can be extracted. Yes, I know. I'm not saying I want it to be fucking bulletproof. I'm not saying I want to invent the next 6,000-bit quantum encryption fucking foolproof, impossible to hack fucking security system. I'm just saying, given the scope that we're operating in, what would be the best course of action? So the goal isn't perfect secrecy. There's no such thing. It's raising the bar so casual abuse is blocked. Combine this with rate limiting and capture on sensitive endpoints like password reset and you'll be in a good place. Practical options. Static client key, simplest. 1. Store a static client key in Unity. Obfuscate it, don't leave it as plain text. Server checks this key against config.php. So it reckons basically we'll just convert it into an integer array. Yeah, I've done that before in the past. I just think if you have a public static fucking function like this, then all a hacker has to do is find that function. And especially if you're storing something called key data, all they need to do is find this function, and then do what your client would do, right, to see what it actually is. But yeah, like you say, you can't stop like everything. But that doesn't seem like it's that difficult to hack. That's the point. Key can still be extracted with effort. Yeah, well, you can always find a way. Yeah, but like we want to make it hard for them. Dynamic key per game. Generate the key at runtime using something like application.productName or even a hard-coded salt. Store the expected generated key in your server's config.php. Each game has its own unique key. JWT plus client key combo. I did experiment with a time-based algorithm in the past, which was quite neat. It works something like combine today's date, today's hour, and the product name, and generate a unique string. That way the key changes every hour by itself, as long as the API can extract these individual components and check them. Is the hour still valid? Is the game registered as a legit client? Can we come up with something that combines a stored key or salt saved for each game in config with a cipher using server time as mentioned above? Okay. I did experiment with a time-based algorithm in the past, which was quite neat. It works something like combine today's date, today's hour, and the product name and generate a unique string. That way the key changes every hour by itself. The API can extract these individual components and check them. Is the hour and day still valid? Is the game registered as a legit client? Can we come up with something that combines a stored key or salt saved for each game in config with a cipher using server time as mentioned above? Yes, that's a really solid idea. You're basically describing a time-based one-time key system similar in spirit of how TOTP Google Authenticator works, but simplified for your client-server handshake. Let's design it step by step. Core idea: each game has a secret salt stored in your server's config. The Unity client also knows this salt, obfuscated. Both client and server generate a time-based key using the salt, the product name, and the current date and hour. If you want shorter windows, you could include minutes. This means the key changes automatically every hour or whatever window you choose, and the server can then validate: is the key correct for the game? Is the timestamp within the allowed window? Example algorithm: let's say we want the key to change every hour. API key generator. Okay. Yeah, I've used something like this before. This is a pretty good one because, you know, it means it's constantly changing and updating, right? So it just makes things a lot harder to deobfuscate and, like, you know, reverse engineer. Unless you're watching the stream right now, trying to hack me, and then you're like, "Oh, so that's how it works." Yeah, as long as you don't live stream exactly what you're doing, like I am right now. But like, you know, yeah. I think this is a pretty cool idea. Right. So scripts core editor. So I guess it wants to be part of core. I don't know that we should call it API key generator because, like, you know, talk about unobfuscated codes, methods, and scripts. So let's call it time-based authentication, TBA. Time-based authentication. So it's a little less obvious what it is. Again, unless you're watching the live stream right now in the future because you're trying to hack me and you're like, so that's what that's what TBA is. But you're not really hacking me now. You're just watching. You're just giving me views, so it's fine. It's fine. Please don't do anything too crazy to my systems. I would appreciate that. Right. Okay. So time-based authentication, we'll call this. And we'll copy this code. That'll include it's whatever. We'll just put the TBA back in it, I guess. Okay, time-based authentication. So we'll have, obviously we'll end up with a salt here that we won't be sharing anywhere. But for now, we can just leave that as, well, let's generate a random string, I guess, for now. And obviously, yes, I will replace these, obviously. This is just for testing. So let's generate as a random string. And we could just do this for like every game or whatever, right? So we get it. We generate some kind of randomness up here. So let's say that's our salt. And obviously we would need to store that unobfuscated. Obfuscated. And I don't know that I would call it salt because that's a little bit obvious what it is. So let's call it pepper's kind of obvious as well, isn't it? For now, we'll just leave it for now. Yeah, I'll probably want to obfuscate all these variables as well, just to make it even harder. Because you don't want to clearly label what everything is. Because otherwise, it just makes it so much easier to reverse engineer, doesn't it? So, okay, time component, we will get date and time UTC now. Good, I'm glad it's doing UTC, because then it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Okay, so it's going to get date and time UTC now. And it's getting the time component and then the product name plus salt plus time component. So we get a raw generation there. And it's also using SHA-256 to create a byte hash and then convert it into a substring, shortened for convenience. Okay, so we end up with a 32 length. Well, we could go 64. Okay, so this will give us a 64-bit substring that will change every hour. Now, the only thing I will say my only concern is client makes request at 11:59, server picks it up at 12 o'clock. The hour no longer matches, but it may have been 1 second later. Is there a way to convert the time, the UTC time, so that this type of discrepancy stays within the same hour of time frame? Okay, my only concern is client makes request at 11:59, server picks it up at 12. The hour no longer matches, but it may have been 1 second later. Is there a way to convert the UTC time so that this type of discrepancy stays within the same hour of time frame? If there is, then we could absolutely factor this down to within 1 minute, since no API request should take more than a couple of seconds. Okay. Excellent point. You've spotted the boundary problem with time-based keys. If you use hourly buckets, then a request made at 11:59:59 could arrive at the server 2 seconds later and fail even though it's only 2 seconds apart. The fix is to bucket the time into fixed intervals, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10-minute windows, instead of using the raw hour and minute. That way both client and server will always agree on which time slot a request belongs to, even if it straddles a boundary by a few seconds. Okay, so we can use time bucketing. Instead of using raw hour minute, divide the Unix timestamp into buckets. Okay. So we've got a generate key. Yeah, let's not call it that. So my system is called TBA for time-based authentication. I'm just going to call it resolve. Wait. Why is it putting my key there? Oh, you fucking dipshit. Alright, whatever, we'll just put it there then. So I guess you don't want that anymore now. Good old fucking GPT doing its usual bullshit again. Right. Current UTC time in seconds since epoch. What the fuck the Ewok's got to do with it? What in Star Wars? Book it into 60-second windows. Okay. Yeah, again, we should probably not use the comments either when we build this out. Unix time, bucket, Unix time divided by 60. Raw equals product name plus salt. Application dot product name, you idiot. Is product name the same thing? I'll put application product name just in case. Plus salt plus bucket. Okay. Using var char system security char 256 create. Okay, so that should return a static string. Oh, it says there's string product name. Well, why would we take a string as a product name when we can just get it from application product name? Directly in the function. There we go. I think I like that. So that will return a unique string to us that can be deconstructed. And I want 64-bit. That can be deconstructed into a timestamp and an application product name. And then we can check to make sure the timestamp is within an agreed window of 1 minute. And that the product name is registered again in the configuration files, so it's a legitimate client as far as we're aware. But yeah, no, that seems decent. That seems like a good idea. Welcome back. I never went anywhere. Welcome back, Pika. Where'd you go? Server PHP function generate key. Generate key, product name, salt bucket, SHA-256. Unix time divided by 60. At what point does it make it 32 characters? There it is, because we want to change that to 64. First though, I guess I'd better make sure it is at least 64 characters long, right? That's a fair point. Yes. So what we can do is we can do a private... Oh, you can't do that in a static class, I don't think. So what we'd need to do is, as we're testing it at least, we'll just link our... We'll do a public... example resolve. There we go. So if we hit run now, we'll see an example of one of our argument out of range. Index and length must refer to a location within the string. Is that because I made it 64? Or did Jibbity fail me? Okay, it's because I made it 64. So how long actually is that? Because the longer we let it be, the more secure it is. But at the same time, I don't know if it's always going to be the same length or not. So I'm guessing that's 32 characters. And when my clock changes to 138, that should change. Yeah, it just did. It just changed. Alright, we'll leave it at 32, I guess, then. But is it going to be able... If we're shortening the string, I'm still confused. Because if we shorten that string, which we're doing now, and shortening it to 32, can we really deconstruct it again if we chopped some of the information off? Trade-off, smaller buckets 1 minute, more secure but requires client and server clocks to be fairly in sync. Oh, that's true. Oh, we can also shift the tolerance on here as well. That's super useful. So we have a PHP function. Ah, this is another thing I need to ask. Okay. Perfect. We have our functions set in Unity and PHP. Since my API currently has eight or so endpoints, and I think this will grow. Rather than paste the function into each and every one, I'm assuming there would be a way to set up a key verification layer which we can call in each script, or call these endpoints from after verifying. What options do we have? API.php, register.php, login.php, pass reset.php, and all these are the various ones that we have. Logout.php, etc. Okay. Exactly, you don't want to copy paste your key verification logic into every single endpoint. That's brittle and hard to maintain. What you want is a centralized verification layer that all your API endpoints can use. There are a few common patterns in PHP for this. Option 1, shared, include most common Shared include most common in PHP APIs, but your key verification logic. Put your can't even read. Put your key verification logic in a separate file such as auth.php. Yeah, I like that. At the top of each endpoint, register PHP, pass reset PHP, just require it. You know why I like this as well? Is what I was saying before, right? Each and every fucking script it gives me, it forgets the security enforcement at the top. So I'm guessing if I put my security enforcement at the top of this one, which it's also forgotten about, and then we route through that to all the other endpoints, well then now everything requires secure enforcement, right? I would think. So that makes me happy, because then I don't have to keep repeating myself. Like, because repeating code is always bad, right? If you want to run the same function for every single thing, then you should run that function once and then cascade down. You shouldn't run it multiple times in 62 different places, because if you ever want to change that function, well then, you know, you got to change it 64 times. So put your key verification logic in a separate file such as auth.php. At the top of each endpoint, register.php, password reset.php. Just require it. If verification fails, auth.php can immediately exit with an error JSON. Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, so it's given me like an auth.php. So here I can put my secure, let me bring it up, to my API. So then we won't need this part, I would think, anymore, ever again, because it'll be in our auth. So in order to authenticate, we must be sending secure packets. And then we probably load our config once as well. That's a good point. So I guess my next question is, if we require auth.php, do variables like config get passed down to the child scripts, or do we still need to reference them in those scripts too? Great question. This is one of those PHP gotchas that's worth being crystal clear on. If we require auth.php, do variables like config get passed down to the child scripts, or do we still need to reference them in those scripts too? How require include works in PHP? When you require or include a file in PHP, it's literally copy pasted into that spot at runtime. That means any variables defined in the requested file are available in the scope of the file that required it. So yes, if auth.php loads config.php and defines $config, then any script that requires auth will also have access to config. Okay, that's actually music to my ears. That's great. I like that a lot. So now would be the best time to back this up, because things could go horribly wrong right now. I don't think they will, but they could. So we'll call this copy2, and we'll re-download what's on the server right now. Of course, something's open. It's probably one of these. Is it one of my notepads? What is it? What is it? I don't know what it is. What's got it open? Nothing's got it open. You're lying to me. It's going to be one of these notepads. It's got something open. Stop! I hate you so much. You're lying! Nothing's got it open now. What am I closing? I'm closing everything. Is it my fucking FTP? It was my fucking FTP. That's what I need now, though. Should I go ahead and update this as well? Because Cyberducks wanted to be updated for like 3 days, and I've told it no, fuck off. Because every time it does it, I have to re-authenticate every fucking thing from scratch. It's a pain in the arse. Probably should, though. Okay, so now I want to download Primitus to D so that we have a backup. Okay, beautiful. Now we should have a new Primitus in there. Yep. And now it's time to hack away at these scripts, I guess. Right, so we should have an auth. Oh, shit. The auth was... in that folder that I just deleted. Well, I didn't delete it, I renamed it. So it's copy 2, I think. Did I not save that? Are we sure we didn't upload it to the server? We didn't. Okay. Is it still open in Notepad++? That's not Notepad++. I'm going to need that as well, though. Okay, there's my auth. I never even saved it. Okay, so we're calling this auth.php. We've got our secure server. We've got our contains salts, product list, etc. Right, so I assume we're trying to... I also need to understand exactly how to set up my config file now, because I don't know exactly what it's looking for. If we try and run it, I guess we'll find out. Because it wants validate client key, $ client key, $ product name. Run checks immediately. Invalid API key. Well, we actually decided to call this... What do we call it? TBA, time-based authentication. Invalid time-based authentication key. I'm special. I don't use API keys. I use time-based authentication keys. I'm special. Yeah, we'll see about that when it all fills in a minute. Right, so I'm still slightly confused because, like, I don't know exactly what I'm saving in my config now. So from the Unity side, I clearly understand that we want a salt that's somewhat obfuscated and blah blah blah, and each salt correspond, like each game probably should, unless, I don't know. So I'm still, that's a good point actually. Is the salt... Yeah, I don't know if the salt is unique. I don't think it is. I think the salt is the same static salt that we're using on every game, aren't we? I guess it's up to me whether I want different salts for each game. Obviously, different salts for each game is more secure, because if you learn how to hack one of my games, I think it's always bad when people. This happens in the real world as well, where someone's like, "Oh, it's fine, you know, we reverse engineered and hacked Street Fighter 2, so Street Fighter 56 uses exactly the same shit. Like we can get into that now as well." It's like, yeah. Might want to like change the security at some point. So I think a separate salt. Right, I need to hide my screen right now because I can't show my config file. But I'm just gonna sort of start to mash together a config file. That is how I think it should look. And obviously, well, yeah, I can't show my config file because it has actual real world fucking passwords and stuff in it. I don't mind this salt stuff that I'm doing now because, like, obviously I'll change all of this, right? Like, yeah, you can see what I'm doing. Congratulations, you now know how I'm doing things. But I'm still obviously not going to show you my actual fucking salts and keys and things. So, but yeah, if you worked hard enough, you could probably fucking undo it all, but whatever. I'm just impressed. If you're going so far as to watch me blab on for hours and hours on end, then it would probably take you longer, because it's probably going to take me longer to implement this than it would take a really good hacker to just fucking undo it without watching my videos, probably, I would think. So I'm probably full of shit there. And if you're some, like, I don't know, someone who's not very good at hacking, but you're using these videos to then go ahead and hack me, the way I see it, wow, you must really want to hack me. If you would sit and watch me for hours on end just to see how I'm doing things. And so, you know what? It is what it is. In a way. Right, so at the moment, I still want an admin key. So here we have valid keys. Right, so I'm going to put the salt into valid key that Unity generated. Well, Unity didn't generate it, a website generated it. But the one that we're using in Unity, because I think those two need to match. So the API needs to know about those salts. But I'm thinking, like, don't we need... Ugh. I think the way it's currently implemented my security here, it's assumed that I would use the same key and the same salt for every single project in the known universe. Which probably would be fine, to be honest. I just feel like that's asking for trouble, though. But if I think about it, then... Okay, I think every game has a prefix that we use for like looking up database tables and things. If I pair okay, I'm going to speak to Jibbity about this. Every client has a prefix such as game1, which we use for database table creation. Every API request can include this prefix without the need for any user authentication. I'd like to create separate salts for each game by pairing this prefix with a salt. Can you show me how to set up my config file and auth.php to support this? I will replace valid keys with prefix equals salt array. Okay. Oh, I lost my chat window because I had to close Firefox, didn't I? There you go. Perfect, you're on the right track. Instead of a flat valid keys array, you can define a map of game prefixes to salts in your config.php. Then in auth, you look up the salt based on the prefix provided in the request. Example config. Right, brilliant. Game salts. I'm not going to call them game salts. I mean, nobody should be able to read that file anyway, to be fair. I'll still call it valid keys, I think. Spray down. Spray down. Yeah, so there I put each game prefix, such as game 1. And I'll use this for testing, which is one that we had before for game 1. Black Man Redemption. Spread out. A Black Man Redemption. And there's no need. Oh, that's got 2 quartz in it. That's why it went a funny color. Okay, that looks correct to me now. Right, so there you go. We have a list of... I think I can show my screen again. Yeah, I think I can. In auth, we now updated auth layer. It will now I need that secure connection thing back in again. It really hates having a secure connection, doesn't it? I would think that that would be the first thing you want. Like, what the hell is the point in secure passwords, secure tokens, API keys, everything else, right? Like, freaking GPT lectures me on, no, you can never really stop anybody who really wants to get in. And then every single script it gives me is like raw fucking complete, like, unencrypted bullshit. Like, yeah, let's not check for a secure connection or any fucking thing. Let's just raw dog it. Like, no. Okay, so my auth now, well, it's looking for game salts, and I think I kept it. Oh, hang on a minute. I need to close my. I need to hide my screen again. I think I called that valid key still, because I think game salt sounds kind of shit. No, I did leave it as game salts. That's fine, I guess. I can change it later if I want. We'll leave it as game salts. Yeah, we'll leave it as game salts. It's fine. Okay, so. And it said something about require or security.php. It's auth.php, fool. Require once, require valid client. I'm still not sure about this though. Like, what? Wait, I'm very confused. Oh, an example in register or in one of my endpoints, I say require one security PHP, but then I also need a local method called require valid client. Oh, that's okay. That's supposed to be a security PHP script, and then I say require security PHP, and then I call the function require valid client. So at the top of my scripts, I want to require once on my API now. I assume I don't need that anymore. I require once auth.php, but then I need to call a function within auth.php. So I guess I would call validate client key. And I assume that runs the generate key. Move to down here. I don't know where generate keys being used though. Also, I'm so confused though, right? I'm still confused, right? Because in this example, it says we require security.php. And then I said, hey, if I reference something like config in that script, will it pass down to the other scripts? And it said yes. But I've noticed in here, the sneaky little bastard, what it's done is it's put the require inside that method. So yeah, obviously if I call that method, we're going to pick up this variable, but that's not really how you write scripts, is it? Which is why I'm calling it a sneaky bastard, because this is how we write a script. So this config here is outside of the function. Final flaw of script calling. In the auth script, the $config declaration, I guess, is called outside of any sub functions. In your earlier example, the variable inside a called function is passed down, but in auth.php, since the function doesn't declare the variable, will we no longer have access to it? Desired flaw. Endpoint.php requires auth. Auth declares globally shared variables such as conf, JWT, etc. Auth validates the salt key. Sent to the invoking script endpoint. Endpoint runs rest of script. Do I need to call a function now in auth, or does the script just execute on its own? I'm still a little confused how this works. Okay. Great question. This is one of those PHP scoping flow things that can be confusing until you see it clearly. Let's break it down with your desired flow in mind. How a require works in PHP. When you require or include a file, PHP literally inserts the content. Oh, yeah, you did say that before. So then why did you call a function in your example then? You just confused me. Yeah, why? Like, why would you even need to call that function unless you're saying the script doesn't call its own function? That's what's confusing me. GPT confused me because in its example it said include this script which has a function and then call that function, which would suggest that the script isn't going to call that function on its own, but instead we're calling the function from the invoking script. Now maybe that's correct. So maybe on its own that script wouldn't run its own function because it was designed to not run its own function, and it's expecting an invoker script to call its function. That's probably it. But it's a little confusing because I've never seen a script work like that before, right? Normally a script calls its own functions. But I guess in this example, I think what it's showing me is that you can have another script call the function within that script as long as it includes that script. I think that's what it's showing me. I think it's like, okay, because this script wouldn't run its own function automatically, you can call that function within the invoking script. But then if you're always going to want that script to do the same thing, it was a weird example, a weird confusing example, because if auth's job is to authorize, right, and pass down global variables, then surely it should do that all by itself anyway, and then once we invoke it, then, you know, we can just let the rest handle itself. So it was a weird example that it gave me. I guess useful to know though that you can do that. But in our case, it doesn't make any sense because we want authorization to confirm that this is a legitimate request from a legitimate client within a legitimate time frame, and then go ahead and carry out the remaining functions. All right, let me just read what it says. Applying this to your flow. This is like the 15th version of auth it's given me now. Load config into a global variable. Yes. So even though we don't call it, so even if we, so I think what it's saying is whether we call this function or not, this will load. This script will load. But I think it's because a function on its own doesn't do anything until the function is called. Similarly in C#, right? You can write a void in C# to jiggle boobs, but unless you call jiggle boobs to run, then nothing's going to happen. You're going to end up with stiff cardboard like memories. Look, this is painful. Okay, it's Sunday as well. It's Sunday. Okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. So endpoint require once auth runs immediately, validates and sets config. At this point, config is available from auth. Client has already been validated. You can continue with endpoint logic. So key points. Do I need to call the function in auth.php? No, because the validation code in auth.php runs immediately when required. If validation fails, it exits. If it passes execution, continues in endpoint. Do I still have config in endpoint? Yes, because config was defined at the top level in auth. What about inside functions? If you need config inside a function, you must declare global config at the top of that function. Fucking hell. I hate GPT today. I hate GPT today. I really do. So I think it's set up so that the API will now But now I'm still even more confused, sort of. Because, okay, here's the other thing, right? I also need to understand, okay, how is auth receiving? Okay, thanks for clarifying. The floor part is making sense now. I'm now a little confused on receiving and sending arguments. Some of my endpoints work like this. Endpoint.php variable equals value and variable 2 equals value 2. Others require a post structure player ID (15). Thanks for clarifying. The floor part is making sense now. I'm now a little confused. About receiving, sending arguments. Some of my endpoints work like this. Others require a JSON post structure. Something else. Blah blah. How will auth receive the game ID and validation code? And how does this affect the send, the calling function? Okay. Great question. This is where a lot of APIs get messy if you don't standardize early. Let's break it down. 2 ways of sending data: query string, get parameters. Example, endpoint variable equals value and variable equals value. PHP receives these in get variable, get variable. Easy to test in a browser, not great for sensitive data, shows up in logs, browser history. Typically used for simple read-only requests. JSON post body. PHP doesn't magically pass JSON into post. You need to read the raw body and JSON decode it. Better for structured data, sensitive data, and consistency. Typically used for mutations, actions, login, reset password, etc. How auth should handle this. Since your auth needs to read prefix, game ID, and API key validation code, you want it to work regardless of whether the request is get or JSON post. Example, auth.php. How this affects your endpoints. Now in your endpoint PHP, you can just use the same request array $request get request data. Helper to get request data. Function get request data. Jesus Christ, this is confusing the living fucking piss out of me. Right, so we're writing a helper function to extract sent data to the API, which I assume is sent in a post request in JSON format. But that's what I'm saying, right? Surely now we have to send this automatically generated fucking thing every time, right? So like in some endpoints aren't I going to need to add those JSON objects, those JSON fields to the existing post request so that auth can validate the request? Surely. And then even worse, on my GET requests that don't post anything, I now need to post the validation code so that auth can validate, right? That's how I'm understanding this. I am so fucking confused. GBT, I hate you today. I actually hate you today. I hate you today. You've been so good up to today. Now today you really fucking... I don't feel like it's helping me. It's like... Let me read this again. This isn't making any sense because I feel like it's skating around my question rather than just answering it, right? So, like, it's lecturing me on this, right? Like, oh, this is why it feels more like GPT-4. This is what GPT-4 used to do. It's like, the thing that you mentioned in number 1 is actually called a GET request, and it's read-only, and it's only normally used for this, and it's only normally used for that. Like, yeah, that's not my question, bitch. My question is... Given that we have 2 different ways to interact with our API endpoints depending on the endpoint, how do I need to restructure my endpoints now, or the ways that we call them and talk to them, in order to have this new validation thing auto-resolve itself? But instead it wants to fucking lecture me on, this one's called a GET. And this one's called a put. Yeah, I already fucking knew that, to be completely honest. But, like, that's not what I'm asking you. I didn't say what's this called and what's this called, right? I already fucking know what they're called. And so I just feel like it's patronizing me. And then when we start to actually get what I feel should be an answer, it gives me some bullshit example of a script that's like, get request data, and it's trying to decode a post. But I already said in my original question, we don't always post data to the API. So my question is, how do we get the fucking... Am I crazy? I thought my question was clear. It's quite concise as well. All I'm saying is, thank you for clarifying the flow part is making sense now. I'm now a little confused about receiving and sending arguments, because some of my endpoints work with the GET format and some of them work with a JSON post structure. So how will our new auth receive the game ID and validation codes that it needs to let these functions continue uninterrupted? And I don't feel like it's even attempted to answer my question. Finally, so to answer your question directly, auth PHP should read prefix, game ID, and API key validation code from a normalized request array that merges get, post, and JSON. What? Your endpoints... What are you on about? What does it even mean? Your endpoints then you just use request $request field name without caring how it was sent. I don't even know what to say. Right. This is really not helping me at all. So let's just summarize where we're at. Right now, I have an auth.php which should be, at the very least, making sure that the request was secure, and if not, we kick them out and say, you know, make a secure request, bitch. We read our configuration file, which every fucking script needs, so now hopefully we don't have to read that again. And then this script has two functions as far as I can tell. It has a generate key function and a validate client key function. And then maybe this just runs. It's looking in post for API key, product name, and prefix. Why are we we're not sending? I think it's confused. I think it's so fucking confused. We're not sending product name. The only way product name comes into this is, I think it's fucked this up completely. Unless it's reconstructing from the key into post. Maybe it's stripping out that information. Yeah. Maybe it's stripping. Yeah, Joe. I'll be there in a sec. I'll drop everything right now then, shall I? Alright, I'm going to leave the stream there anyway. So I'm going to have to try and figure out what the fuck is happening. I think it might be confused about what I'm asking for. I think it thinks we're sending these separate things to the API. But number one, we should never ever send salt. That's like our secret, right? Number two, we shouldn't even be sending product name or timestamp or anything like that. Because the whole point of this is to encode all of that information into the string that we send, and then this thing can like decode it by looking up the correct secret or key or salt or whatever the fuck you want to call it, based on the current game that's talking to it, making sure that it can translate that into something that it understands, and then checks each one of those variables to make sure it matches up. But I don't know that that's what this is actually doing. PHP is not my kind of thing. I don't know whether this is a case of me asking the wrong questions today. See, I feel like AI is much better at like generating something from scratch. If you say, write me a this, that, and the other, it'll do it. But I feel like where it kind of struggles is if you say, okay, I have this thing. Sometimes it does anyway. I have this thing, and I want to change something about it. I feel like that's when it'll struggle. I don't know. Anyway, let me end the stream there, get my dinner, and leave it there. Bye.